Going on.
We're now live, Tricia.
Thank you very much. Good evening again for the recording. We have various things going on this evening, but one of the items has been deferred because we got further information today and it couldn't be processed properly, so we have to defer it to the next meeting. That is the Beaufort Park application. But no, Beaufort Park. There's one called Evergreen and the other is called Beaufort Park. Okay? Item 7, I think that is, isn't it? Yeah. Thank you. Can I just point out, please, that this meeting is a meeting in public, not a public meeting. So you're reminded that only those who have arranged to speak will be able to do so. If you're not on the committee, we have our rules. We have a visiting councillor. Councillor Paul Bidwell has come for the McDonald's one, the first one we have. Okay. What have I missed? Anything else? Nothing. So apologies for absence, please.
None received, Chair. I believe all members are present in person.
Lovely, thank you. Yes, nobody significant online, officers online, yes, some of those, yeah, okay, available. Minutes. To approve as a correct record the minutes of the meeting of the committee held on the 14th of August. Do you have any questions about that? No? Then I move that we accept the recommendation to approve. Is that seconded, please? Yeah. Councillor Virgo, I think. Thank you. So, anybody want to comment on those? No? Okay. All those in favour of recommendation to approve? Thank you.
That's unanimous.
Lovely. Declarations of interest. Members are asked to declare any disclosable pecuniary or affected interests in respect of any matter to be considered at this meeting. Any member with a disclosable pecuniary interest in a matter should withdraw from the meeting when the matter is under consideration and should notify the Democratic Services Officer in attendance that they are withdrawing as they have such an interest. If the disclosable pecuniary interest is not entered on the register of members' interests, the monitoring officer must be notified of the interest in 28 days, within 28 days. Thank you. Any urgent items of business?
Non-notified, Chair.
Thank you. So we're moving on now straight on to the McDonald's. Item 5, McDonald's Wild Ridings Road. We have the agent for this this application. It is ready to speak. What's this going round?
It's just a plan of the layout.
Thank you. Thank you. Right. So we have the officer's report first, and then we'll ask Mrs. Chapman to come and speak after that. Thank you. I'm assuming that Mrs. Chapman is here. I think I noticed you coming in. Thank you. Officer, thanks.
Okay, I will share my screen.
Yeah. Thank you.
The application proposes the reconfiguration of the drive-through and car park at the McDonald's site at the Keep Wild Ridings Road, and also extensions to the restaurant. Officers are recommending that this application be refused. However, the application has been called to committee at the request of Councillor Bidwell, who wishes the application to be thoroughly debated in light of existing traffic congestion within the local area at peak times. Traffic queuing for the drive-through has led to traffic spilling out onto the main ring road during peak times and problems accessing the park as well as the Mill Park Cafe. The main issues and reasons for refusal are due to highway safety concerns with regards to this reconfiguration, and that protected trees are being lost without there being any appropriate mitigation. So here we can see the existing site. Okay, here we can see obviously Mill Park, obviously which goes to the Mill Pond and the Mill Park Cafe. Here we can see the existing layout at McDonald's. Now, the proposed extension shown in green will be to the front, rear and side elevation. The front extension will be single storey. Okay, this is here. But will be single storey with a pitched roof and fully glazed aluminium framed sliding entrance door, in keeping with the overall design and materials used on the existing building. The side and rear extensions will also be single storey but flat roofed extensions with louvre panels on top to conceal roof plant used in connection with the restaurant. The extensions will replace an existing storage area, including refuse storage area, which will now be relocated within the site. The proposed extensions will allow greater available space within the restaurant to meet operational needs. I'm going to do here. Again, these further extensions will be in keeping with the overall design and materials used on the existing restaurant. Now here we can see photographs showing where the front extension will be, and then the side and rear. Now, the proposal includes a revised access to and egress from the site, along with the reconfiguration of the drive-through and car park. As this plan needs closer inspection, please see the plan showing the reconfiguration of the drive-through and car park in front of you. The existing access will not fully be closed up, as this will provide parking for motorcycles being used by couriers. However, other vehicles will now use the existing egress further along the access to Mill Pond for access and egress to McDonald's, with this access being widened to accommodate 2 lanes of traffic. Oh, here, actually, something's gone wrong. Okay, if you can see on the slide here, so this is in the top left-hand corner, it will be an access and an egress, with the existing egress being widened. So there you've got the 2 lanes going into the site. Let me just find my place. The current proposal seeks to allow vehicles using the drive-through to pass through the main car park before ordering at the customer order displays and progressing back towards the building where they collect their food order. The proposal introduces measures to reduce the extent of queuing, with the section of the drive-through laying closest to the 2 customer order displays having 2 lanes to allow side-by-side ordering. Okay, so if you have a look at your plan in the top right-hand corner, you will see obviously the lane sectioned into 2 lanes where you've now got side-by-side ordering and 2 customer order displays. So here, the route of the drive-through will pass through the existing car park and back out again. Excuse me. The Highway Authority has concerns that this route is the same for customers wishing to dine in the restaurant and for those wishing to use the drive-through, and that such a layout will result in operational issues within the site to the detriment of highway safety. Okay, again, you can see the plan there, and obviously the drive-through route. The layout shows that visitors to the restaurant who wish to dine in can only access their parking spaces through the drive-through lane. Now here, these will be the parking spaces for the dining customers. The layout as proposed will have safety issues due to the interaction between dining customers and customers using the drive-through. For example, drive-through customers will have to wait for customers wishing to park up and dine in the restaurant, and those same dining customers reversing out into the drive-through lane. Excuse me. The current situation is that once vehicles have entered the application site, customers wishing to use the drive-through and those dining in are segregated. So that is the current situation, which I will go back to. Again, here you can see the uses of the car park and the drive-through. The 2 uses are segregated or separated. Excuse me here. It is considered that proposed arrangement could lead to delays in the working of the drive-through and potentially greater queuing. Excuse me, I have a cold here. The Highway Authority questions whether such an arrangement, which not only has the potential to be dangerous, but also to displace parking with customers trying to find parking elsewhere, fully addresses the overall problem with the site and queuing along the access to Mill Pond. Right, I'm just going to go back. Okay, so here we can see the existing drive-through access and 2 large willow trees. Here we can see the existing egress. Obviously, this is where you're going to have the access and the egress with the road widened. This is the existing restaurant and the drive-through lane to the right, and the existing car park to the left. Again, here we got the existing car park. The application site is also covered by a tree preservation order. The proposed layout will mean the removal of protected trees which contribute to the verdant character of the area and which provide a substantial contribution to the character of the site by softening and screening the building and car park and connecting the site to the adjoining woodland. The trees shown on the plan, the trees shown hatched in red will be removed to accommodate the proposed reconfiguration. These being the 2 willow trees. It is acknowledged that there is limited available planting space within the application site to provide mitigation, and hence a tree planting proposal has been submitted by the applicant for tree planting off-site. Here, you can see the proposed reconfiguration with the loss of trees, in particular the willow trees, in the middle of the site. So a tree planting proposal has been submitted. So as well as trying to address any tree removal as part of this application, the planting proposal also aims to address a previous condition on a 2019 application for works to trees covered by a tree preservation order, which requires additional tree planting following the removal of trees on site. However, although a tree planting proposal has been submitted and the applicant is aware that the land to which the tree planting proposals refer is managed by Bracknell Town Council, the applicant has not provided any assurances in this planning application that the planting of trees off-site and their subsequent maintenance has been agreed with Bracknell Town Council, and that, as such, any mitigation for the loss of protected trees can be provided for the loss of trees on site. For these reasons, officers have recommended the refusal of the application. Although actually there is a minor amendment to the reason for refusal 1 on the supplementary report. And obviously there with the reason obviously. Reason 1, reading, the applicant has failed to provide up-to-date data for the operation of the current site, covering full operational hours to determine peak traffic demand to the restaurant and its car park and drive-through. Therefore, it's not been demonstrated that the proposal can sufficiently cater for the demand on parking and the drive-through. In the absence of up-to-date data for the operation of the current site, the local planning authority is unable to conclude that the development will not create impacts that are detrimental to highway safety on or adjacent to the site. So this is in addition, reason 1, with reasons 2, 3, 4 and 5 on the supplementary planning report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. We have now our speaker. Would you like to come to the microphone, please, Ms. Chapman? Now, you have 3 minutes to speak, and when I tell you to start, and I'll give you a warning when there's 20 seconds left. Okay. And then if you just hang on when the 3 minutes are completed and allow members to ask factual questions only. Thank you. Hang on, I'll just set my timer. I hope I get it right. That's right. Okay.
I am the Managing Director of ADL and author of the transport statement that supports this application. Thank you for the opportunity to explain why we believe the concerns raised in the officer's report have been fully addressed and the operational improvements that the proposal will deliver. The Keep McDonald's has operated since 1998 and is now operating at capacity, resulting in queues spilling onto Mill Park Road at peak times. The current layout is outdated with only 1 order point and space for 14 drive-through vehicles. This design no longer meets modern operational standards. McDonald's has sought to work with Bracknell Forest Council for more than a decade to find a solution. Following consultation with local residents and stakeholders, McDonald's submitted a scheme involving a multi-million-pound investment to reconfigure the site, reduce off-site queuing and improve safety for all users. Let me address the key reasons for refusal. First, on traffic and data. Surveys were undertaken in 2023 at peak times, including Saturday lunchtime, the busiest period. These surveys, combined with transaction data, were compared against earlier surveys from 2017. The results are consistent, showing no material change in traffic levels over 6 years. Our modelling therefore uses appropriate data and robust evidence. The proposed layout will increase drive-through queuing capacity from 14 to 19 vehicles and relocates the entrance away from Mill Park Road, fully removing current queues from the local highway. Second, on interaction between users. We've forensically modelled the site using panoramic software. The results demonstrate that all vehicles can circulate safely with no conflicts in the proposed arrangement. Even in the worst case scenario, any queuing remains contained within the site and does not impact the operation of the car park. Priority for pedestrians within the site is maintained. Third, on highway safety and policy compliance. National policy makes clear that refusal is only justified where development would cause an unacceptable impact on highway safety or a severe residual cumulative impact. The evidence before you shows the opposite. The scheme removes queues from Mill Park Road and improves highway safety. Fourth, on trees and character. Through consultation with the tree officer, the design has been carefully developed to balance operational improvements with protecting the site's green character and TPO trees. The scheme retains as many trees as possible, and mitigation planting has been agreed within Mill Park. This will be secured via Section 106. The scheme also brings wider community benefits. It secures long-term investment in a valued local facility, supports jobs and
20
contributes
seconds.
significantly to the local economy. The public consultation attracted 82% support of the proposed improvements. Bracknell Town Council has also raised no objection. In summary, this application addresses the existing problems, provides robust evidence of capacity and safety, and enjoys strong public support. We respectfully ask members to approve the application. Done.
Thank you. Members, do you have questions of fact only? Okay. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Chair. You mentioned the modelling work that you've done,
Yeah.
and that indicates that traffic would be contained within the site at peak times.
Yeah.
Earlier in your statement, you talked about the fact that traffic at peak times backs onto Mill Park
Yeah.
Road. Now, I live quite close to the site. I drive past it regularly. I have regularly seen traffic not just backing onto Mill Park Road, but onto the Wild Ridings Road,
Yeah.
And in the worst case, all the way back onto Mill Lane, which is a dual carriageway.
Yeah.
Is that adequately accounted for? Because it doesn't look to me like this adds enough additional space to, hold the capacity for that volume of traffic.
The issue at the moment is that the drive-through queue has capacity for 14 vehicles. Once the queue extends back to the site access, then the queue becomes compounded by traffic that is also trying to enter the car park and also trying to get into the Mill Park. So yes, at the moment there is this interaction between drive-through and car park customers because they can't even get into the site, into the car park. So the Paramix modelling that we have done, which is a specialist software, it's a micro simulation software that can model in real time all of the different users of the site, using the car park, using the drive-through lane, the couriers, and we've run that for both the existing situation and for the proposed layout situation, and that model has been validated against the queues, and the existing model shows those queues, as you've described, going back onto Mill Park up to the Wild Ridings Road junction. And then with the proposed situation where we've rerun it, the queues are contained within the car park, because although the Highway Authority have concerns about the drive-through traffic and the car park traffic entering the site and the drive-through traffic going through the car park to get into the drive-through, what our modelling has shown is that this is a low-speed environment. The vehicles only take a few seconds to get into the car parking spaces, and although and that because they are all getting into the site, and the drive-through lane operation is being improved and the capacity is being improved, plus all the improvements that will be internally to the operation of the kitchen, those queues can then be accommodated well within the site. The worst case, the model has been run for a 4-hour period over the Saturday lunchtime peak, and it's run the algorithm is run 20 times for both the existing and the proposed scenario. And we have only examined the very worst case of those 20 runs. And even on the very worst case, there is a little bit of queuing and delay within the McDonald site, but at no point does it extend back onto Mill Park.
Thank you. A supplementary.
I could ask a supplementary, yes. So just in terms of that modelling, it sounds from your explanation that the sort of traffic split between what's drive-through traffic, what's dine-in traffic, what's other traffic trying to access Mill Pond is quite critical to that. I'm just wondering what are the assumptions you've made in that, and how sort of secure are they? How much uncertainty is there? Because it's only anecdotal experience, but my experience having, I have myself sat in that queue and visited this establishment, and generally what I see is that 100% of the vehicles in that queue appear to be queuing for the drive-through, and very few are attending to dine in or to access the Mill Pond car park.
Well, we've surveyed the restaurant, and we have had transaction data from McDonald's for the dates of the surveys as well. So the surveys were able to record the queues from the drive-through lane on Mill Park and the queues on Mill Park. They were able to record the parking demand within the car park. They were able to record the split between the drive-through and the car park use. So the model was based on a lot of observational data, yeah, it's been validated as well against the existing observed situation.
Thank you. Councillor,
I'll carry on. Because Councillor Smith beat me to it, because that was the question I was going to ask with regards to recommendation 11. Because it states in there, the applicant has failed to provide up-to-date data. And yet you've now given us a great deal of data, which, why reasoning that wasn't provided to us in different ways?
The data is included within the transport statement. So the daily profile of traffic, all of the data that has been provided was surveyed in 2023. The data we provided was compared to a previous survey that we did at the restaurant in 2017 for the applications that were submitted back then. In 2017, the Saturday peak traffic was 158. In 2023, it was 166. So there's been a difference of 8 vehicles in the peak traffic. Bear in mind, there is always going to be, day in, day out, small levels of fluctuation. But this restaurant is operating at capacity. It's not getting any bigger.
I think we've got that, yeah. Councillor Zawaruddin?
In your modelling, what sort of average waiting times did you consider?
So the waiting time with the existing is the 5 minutes and 28 seconds, and the journey time would be reduced with the proposal to 3 minutes and 30 seconds. At the moment, there's only one customer order point, so only one order can be processed.
I think we got that.
Okay.
Thank you for the data. Councillor? Yeah.
So on paper, it looks nice to see 2 ordering points. Does this proposal, I can't see anywhere in the proposal that talks about increase in capacity of your kitchen or your operations, because if the operations are going to be exactly same, and if you have 2 points, that does not make anything faster.
Well, it does, because the orders can be taken simultaneously. So what it side by side works a bit like payment at multi-storey car parks. So if somebody's got large or a complex order and they're sitting at the order point at the moment, no one can overtake them if they just want an orange juice. Whereas with the side by side, it enables the orange juice order to get processed first, so he can go ahead, and so that speeds up the drive-through.
Thank you. That's probably something that could have been addressed by the officer.
Okay.
Any other questions of fact, please? Councillor Smith.
I just wanted to ask about the off-site tree planting. The officer in their report has contended that this hasn't been agreed with Bracknell Town Council. Just wondering if I could get the applicant's perspective on whether that's correct, or has this actually been agreed?
My expertise is traffic, but I understand it has been agreed with the Town Council. It will be secured by Section 106, so the planning would be subject to a Section 106 to secure that that planting.
Thank you. Councillor Pressland.
Hi, I just want to, when we visited the site on Saturday and visiting the site myself previously, what provisions have been made for deliveries? Because when we were there, a delivery arrived and it was just, it's going to cause absolute chaos and create a bottleneck. So that's just something I'd like to ask.
Deliveries are undertaken at the moment. The restaurant's having deliveries 7 days a week, and deliveries occur between 4 a.m. and 8 a.m. using 11-metre rigid. The delivery strategy is proposed to, in terms of the timings, it's expected to be the same, but with the increased storage, we're hoping that we can reduce the number of deliveries, because storage is the limitation on this
Thank
restaurant.
you. That's
to why-
lovely. Thanks. Any?
Sorry, Chair,
Councillor
may I just ask why we keep cutting the applicant off? I think we're quite interested in hearing the responses.
Because
The Highway Authority have agreed that deliveries can be managed.
the questions that we should be asking, Ms Chapman, are those that are derived from what she's spoken about. We're adding more.
So under the scheme of public participation we have, the questions should only be arising from her speech. Any other questions should be directed towards the officers. There's not kind of, really the questions should be keeping to not much beyond the 3 minutes she's already spoken. I think we've gone well beyond the 3 minutes that public speakers get for speaking, and a lot of the questions are not arising from specifically her speech.
Well, I think if the questions are inappropriate, the Chair can refuse to accept them, but I think if we're giving the applicant the opportunity to speak to them, we should hear what they have to say.
That, actually. I'd like to fight that, because I don't think in this hall we should cut people off. I think it's completely wrong. I'm really sorry, but I agree with my fellow councillor.
I'm not sure officers will know the waiting times that the modelling has been used by the applicant as well.
I think a number of these questions can be answered further by the officer, and that's why I've cut them off. Okay, are there any more questions of fact against what Mr Chapman was speaking about? Councillor Collins.
Thank you. You mentioned that the data was collected in 2023 and previous data was collected in 2017 and it wasn't dissimilar. However, that period of time includes COVID, where presumably usage of the restaurant dropped. And in 2023, it may have climbed again, but I'm suspecting, I don't know, that it may have climbed further since 2023, and I think that's perhaps why we need up-to-date data. Can you address that? Can you answer that?
There's been no physical change to the restaurant. There's been no operational change to the restaurant. So nothing has changed between 2023 and 2025 that would indicate that there has been any change in the traffic. The Highway Authority have themselves said that they would expect, with the reduction in seats, there may well be a reduction in traffic generated by the proposed scheme. So if we've done our assessments without any discount based on the existing traffic, then it's got to be a robust assessment. TRIX, which is the industry standard database for transport planning consultants, which contains surveys of various land uses, advises that they accept data up to 8 years old. So data which is 2 years old is entirely consistent with the approach of assessing transport planning land use.
Thank you. Any other further questions for the applicant? No? Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Let me switch that off. So, questions for the officer, please. Councillor Temperton.
Yeah, can I just, when I'm looking now at this map which you've been given, and I can see they go and there's a parallel, they can get 2 orders, they then come along and then there's a cash booth, and there's a present booth, and then there's the fast forward, are you with me? And then it says exit. So does the exit then have to go across the traffic that's coming in order to get onto the other side to get out? And so do you think that will be, with all these cars whizzing through with purchasing things, all this quick collection, will that cause a bit of a blockage at that exit before it crosses over to the route on the left-hand side, please?
Through you, Chair, James Turner, Highways Officer. I'll try and answer that for you. In relation to the question you asked, the exit, yes, they would have to cross over incoming vehicles. In relation to the blockage it would create, with the changes that are being made to the building, there is an area of footpath adjacent to the new footprint of the building, so you will be able to see incoming vehicles. There's an interaction presently between exiting vehicles and from the from the car park, the main car park at present, and those exiting the drive-through as it currently is. I know it's in the different direction, but there's already an interaction doing something similar. I think the distance between that and the speed at which vehicles would be coming into the site, slowing to turn in left, will be such that there's potential for interaction, but at slow speed. I don't think that would necessarily cause a safety issue. It might lead to a little bit of delay in getting out because you have to give way to traffic coming in, but I don't think it necessarily will cause a significant safety concern around that point. Hope that answers your question.
It doesn't. Can I have a supplement?
Yes.
It does indeed, but if there is a delay, then the quick and the rapid turnaround in that sort of double thing, then we have a bottleneck trying to get out at that exit point. It's a pinch point trying to get across to get to the so where it's got those dotted lines and the word exit with an arrow, trying to get across that bit. If there's a lot of traffic coming in, and I live on Great Hollands and see this a lot of time, then I'm just concerned that actually that will back up all the way through and mean that we have backup within this new system.
Through you, Chair, try and answer that one. Well, clearly, yes, if there's a demand issue within the site, and the Highway Authority have raised concerns with this proposal, as you've heard through the officer's report, clearly if there are operational issues within the site and queues back up through the drive-through and the main route in to the site, then clearly there is potential for more conflict of people trying to get out from either taking their order from the drive-through, and you would be relying on driver behaviour to leave gaps and things like that to allow vehicles to pass out, to drive into the exit lane and leave the site.
Thank you.
Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Chair. The officer in her presentation contended that, and in the documentation has contended that there's been a failure to provide up-to-date data on the traffic and the operation of the site, which we've obviously heard from the applicant. They very much disagree with that, and they have stated they carried out surveys as recently as 2023. I'm just wondering if the officer could explain in a bit more detail precisely what it is that they would like to have seen that has not been provided, so that we can all understand what's missing there.
Officer.
Through you, Chair, shall I take that one as well? So I think it's probably my area. It is effectively more up-to-date surveys of very similar along the lines of what they've already done. It was requested that because this is a sensitive location, we're very much aware of the Highway Authority, the sensitivity of this site, which you're discussing tonight. It was imperative for us to make sure we had the most up-to-date data to make sure we were considering the sites, how it's currently witnessed being operating under. And so that was important. We also asked that we made sure the survey period covered as long of the day as it could, just in case there were another peak. There was a lot of data undertaken in the 2023 surveys around general peak days, Fridays and Saturdays, but there was a concern we also raised about maybe a peak in the Saturday evening period as well. So it was to try and get as much robust, up-to-date data to consider the proposal in front of us and to see if things had changed further since that previous data.
Supplementary, yes.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I just want to make sure I'm completely understanding that. So, am I correct? The issue is we have data from 2023. That data is probably recent enough on its own, but it only covered a short period, and they're therefore relying upon much older data for the longer periods. Is that right? Or
no, through you, Chair, to clarify, the data we had, we wanted more up-to-date data from 2023 because of the operation at any of the times that they'd surveyed. If that had changed, we would want to know in terms of the operational aspects of the site. In addition to that, we also raised a concern that there might be a longer period needed on the Saturday evening to make sure it covered if there was another peak period.
If I would just ask one more supplementary, Chair. So I guess 2023 to me feels fairly recent, given the time it takes to prepare applications, etc. for these types of projects. There's always some lag between when the surveys are done and when the application arrives at this stage. I'm just interested, exactly how recently would you consider acceptable? What would you be looking for then?
Well, obviously, the council has provided advice on this site over a period of time, but for an application, I would expect it to be as up to date as possible. So if an application, I'd have to divert to the officer when the application came in, but as most up to date as physically possible. So if an application came in the middle of 2025, I would have expected some data in early 2025 if it was available to do. Bearing in mind the sort of information we're talking about for traffic surveys is not unreasonable and not difficult to obtain and put into reports. As I say, it's the sensitivity of the site and the understanding of how the site operates. We wanted to have an understanding that, considering an application, we had the most up-to-date data we have and making sure the picture is still the same.
Thank you. Councillor Bidler.
Yeah, I'm getting more confused or frustrated, one of the two. Refusal on data and the question that my colleague Councillor Smith asked is really valid. When do you consider that the data is valid? I think the application was raised in 2024, so we're talking about a year where the data was available to you. Certainly if you ask for the data to be updated, updated from what period? I mean, how long's a piece of string? I mean, I think the applicant has provided a modelling that justifies the traffic flow, and that it's unreasonable to have even more data that you want, without actually saying how relevant it's got to be, how near it's got to be to today.
Through you, Chair, I may have to divert to the case officer about the date of the application. I can't recall it off the top of my head, and I don't know if she will, but I'll ask her. Okay. My understanding is that the application may have been submitted at the middle of 2025.
It is labelled 25.
So I'd have to look at the actual date on the application myself. But as I say, it's the sensitivity of the site that led to us making that call, and it is traffic surveys that we've asked for, not data that's holistic, not that it isn't attainable quite easily.
Yeah, sorry, the date.
Clarity on that. Yep. April 2025, I understand the application.
Well, I understand the sensitivity, but I also understand the sensitivity of the traffic backing up, and we need to get a resolution to that sooner rather than later.
Thank you. Councillor Penfold.
Some very, very beautiful trees are going to be lost on the site, and there's going to be mitigation. They're going to be planted somewhere else on Blacknell townland, probably in the park. Is there sort of the money is coming from 106? Are they going to have a definite plan before any trees are removed from the site, and who is going to maintain those trees? Obviously, they're not going to be big ones like the ones coming down.
Thank you.
Through you, Chair. When the application was submitted, it said discussions were in place with Bracknell Town Council. It's my understanding that nothing has been agreed, no maintenance plan has been agreed with Bracknell Town Council. This may well need to be in place before the trees are planted. Obviously, you need to know how they are maintained, but at the moment, it's my understanding that nothing has been agreed.
Thank you. I thought Tina. No. Okay.
Through you, Chair. Apologies. My questions actually have been answered.
Lovely.
Under the impact on trees, 9.1. So I have that in reserve. So and Councillor Penfold has already asked some of my questions, so I'm quite content at the moment. Thank you, sir.
Councillor Virgo, please.
Thank you, Chair. Could I just bring up the delivery point that we would have liked to pursue with the operator, but we couldn't. Do I understand there is no regulation on delivery times at all, so it will be up to the operator to operate what is feasible possible? Is that correct, please?
It's my understanding that it's not controlled at present, but certainly the planning application has stated that deliveries are at the site at the moment are between 4 o'clock in the morning and 8 o'clock in the morning.
But do I understand on a supplementary, Madam Chair,
Yeah.
that there is no enforcement on that? That's really up to the operator.
Certainly, it's my understanding there isn't a condition on the original consent.
Okay, thank you, Thomas.
Yeah.
Okay. Councillor Smith.
Firstly, just to follow on from Councillor Virgo's point then, would there be the opportunity were the committee to decide to approve this to implement such a condition on this application, or is that not possible given what this application covers?
Certainly, yes, we could impose that condition, obviously, if the Highway Authority thought that that was necessary in relation to what was being proposed. As such, with the reconfiguration, there should also be a condition restricting the hours of deliveries.
Thank you.
Through you, Chair, would you like me to comment on that? I don't need to if you don't need me to. You'd like to. Yes, obviously that's not what we're considering tonight, but clearly if you felt appropriate to have a condition to control deliveries because of the potential impact they would have, that is something the Highway Authority would suggest is a sensible idea.
Thank you. Councillor Bidwell. Oh, okay.
Wait.
Yes, just following on from that, it was the waste as well, because that is something that we're increasing a site. Would that be also included within, besides delivery, waste collection and all the rest of it on timeage?
It's certainly in the
in the thing,
agenda,
it's just a changeover that it would be part of it.
In the agenda, in the
Yes,
details,
I
it
did.
says that servicing happens
Yeah,
between
with the
4
servicing
and 8.
part, it would all be included within that conditioning. Okay.
Through you, Chair, would you like me to try and answer that? I think there has potential for the same condition to control the same sorts of collections, from my opinion. I don't know if the case officer has any different views, but I would think servicing could be covered the whole.
Thank you. Councillor Collins.
To the officer, was there any mention of McDonald's attempting to reduce deliveries to the site within the application? Because that's the first I'd heard of it from the applicant this evening.
That's not my understanding, no.
Thank you. Councillor Bidwell, I'll come back to you.
Thank you. Following on from Councillor Penfold's observation about the tree planting, I think it's entirely appropriate that no trees are removed without a plan to replace them. And I thought that the applicant actually accepted that that plan would be agreed. So if this application is agreed tonight, can we add something into that so that no trees are removed without a plan being put in place to replace them?
Yes.
Through you, Chair. Yes, the reason for refusal as it's set out on the agenda talks about that there being no mechanism for the replacement planting. And this is at the moment, the positioning of the replacement planting lies with outside the application site. It's possible to have a sort of grampian style condition that would actually get the trees planted, but we haven't got a mechanism that we can secure them at present in terms of the future maintenance, and hence the wording of the reason for refusal. So consideration would have to be given to any mechanism that would appropriately secure whatever legal agreement was necessary to secure the maintenance of those trees, because it wouldn't be a standard Section 106 agreement because it doesn't fall within the terms of the application site.
Thank you. Councillor Collins.
While we're talking about trees, can I just ask, the two willows, which are really impressive and will be removed, do we have any idea of how old those trees are?
I think my colleague Stephen Chown can actually answer that question.
Good evening, Stephen. Would you like to?
Good evening. Yes, Stephen Chown. I'm the head of Natural Estates. I'm covering for Paul Cross, the Principal Tree Officer, this evening. So I'm happy to answer that question. Minded to say, though, that the age of trees is notoriously difficult to estimate. But I think we would be estimating the age of the trees at around 80 years, but possibly higher. That's just a sort of a rough indication based on the circumference of the tree and the expected growth in the sort of diameter of the tree year by year. So that's the best I can do, really, is to say that it's an 80-year-old or more tree. The tree will actually be older if it has been heavily pruned at stages in its life. If it's had like restricted growing conditions around its roots, then all of these things can actually slow its growth. And that would mean that it was actually older than you would expect. But I think 80 years is the best guess I could give.
Thank you. Supplementary?
So these trees wouldn't be considered veterans, am I right?
You're correct. I don't think they would be considered veterans, but they would be considered, mature trees of significant local standing that are probably older than the new town, I would say. So, they are very significant landscape features. I've been conservative in the estimate of age. So if they're older than that, then they're definitely on the way to being veteran trees. But no, I don't think it would be appropriate at all to consider them veterans.
Thank you. Councillor Bidwell.
Yeah, following on from that, can you answer the question about whether there is a particular age of willow tree that starts to interfere with the buildings that it's adjacent to? So what I'm saying is, left unchecked, is there a period of time where there would have to be some action taken because they would interfere with the foundations of the building that they're adjacent to?
So again, the interaction of tree roots and buildings is a complicated area, and it's not based on the age of the tree. So you can have an extremely old tree in very close proximity to a building, and it might never cause a problem for that property. Similarly, then you can have a change in circumstances, or you can have particular weather that causes an issue to arise. So I'm afraid it's impossible to say that the increasing age of a tree is likely to cause problems. I would say that in this situation where mature trees have found a way to live in balance with what's happening around them, then the likelihood is that that would continue without causing problems to what's there already.
Thank you. I think it would count. Okay, Councillor Frewer, please.
Thank you. Yeah, can you tell us what is the age where a tree becomes a veteran tree, please?
I think it varies species by species, and I would need to do some research on that, I'm afraid. I haven't actually been heavily involved in the work of the local ancient tree forum groups to see what they consider. But I think it's as a rule of thumb, it's kind of a 3-metre circumference of a tree would be considered to be a veteran. So apologies. Yeah, I'm short of the categoric answer for you on that one.
Bit complex, that one. I thought we had more over there. Councillor Virgo, please.
Thanks, Chair. Can I just go back to the trees, actually? I'm a little confused, I have to tell you. It seems that Bracknell Town Council are doing an agreement, which we don't know about in this meeting, if I'm correct, and therefore, you want us to take a decision, and that hasn't been agreed. The second point is I don't quite understand why it comes through a planning department here, is not our tree department make that? That's the first part of the question. The second part of the question is a maintenance, which our head of planning was talking about. It seems to me that we can do a maintenance with a development company on maintenance of trees, but we can't seem to do it with a single. Am I right in saying that? Because it's obviously important that the trees are looked after, and otherwise there's no point doing it.
Thank you. Yeah.
Through you, Chair. Yes, the key element is whether or not the trees to be maintained, planted and maintained, lie within the application site or not. This instance, the proposed planting is not within the application site. It's on land that I believe is leased by Bracknell Town Council. And we haven't had sight of any kind of agreement between the applicant and the Town Council that would secure the ongoing maintenance of the trees. If we were to see that kind of agreement, we would then have to take advice and make a decision as to how we can actually secure that as part of the planning application. Because as you appreciate, when we normally have management companies taking on the responsibility of trees, it's because they're on the application site, and therefore it can be subject to a legal agreement relating to that application. Because it's outside the application site, we don't have that ability in this instance.
Yes.
Can I not suggest, if that's such an important issue here, and trees are, because we're cutting down to rather mature and rather, how can I say, valuable trees, actually, shouldn't we have got that sorted before it comes to the committee?
Through you, Chair. You'll notice that that is one of the proposed reasons for refusal. Because officers are recommending refusal, that was considered, the importance of that was considered as part of the recommendation. Thank you.
Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Chair. There's a lot about this which feels a bit messy. We've got situations where the traffic officers are asking for more recent data that hasn't been provided. We've got a situation around this agreement with the trees where the applicant has suggested there is an agreement, but we haven't seen it, and I don't think anyone sitting here on these benches right now can know, is there an agreement, is there not, and how could that be handled? I just kind of wondering if we can get some insight as to how we've arrived at this position that we're hearing an application in this state at this committee. Has this been expressed very clearly to the applicant that what we're requiring from them, and they've been given every opportunity to provide it? Because I'm worried about making a decision if they've not been.
Would you like to?
Yes, through you, Chair. I may need to ask the case officer in terms of the specifics of how this application came about. My understanding is that we had a request for pre-application advice, and as part of the response, we asked for up-to-date information. Is that correct? And I think that the request is, this is in relation to the traffic data, that request has been made during the course of the application. I think that we've also investigated with the applicant the issues surrounding replacement planting for the trees. It's been raised as an issue. My understanding is that we got to somewhat of an impasse. We had negotiations with the applicant, and they asked us to determine the application, and therefore we were proceeding to do that, but it's been called to this committee. But I think my understanding was the case officer had negotiated with the applicants, and the decision had been made that if our recommendation was going to be refused, they wanted a determination, because obviously that allows them the opportunity to submit an appeal to the Planning Inspectorate. Is there anything that I should have added in relation to that?
No, I think that covers everything. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Mary Temperton.
Wait a minute. If the big trees were in place and kept, how many parking spaces would that lose?
This is curious.
Through you, Chair. Sorry. I'm not sure I'd be able to answer that directly in terms of the actual number. We'd have to try and look between the two applications, but I think it's relevant that it's not just the parking spaces they're lost for. I believe it's impacted by the drive-through lanes that are created. So it's not just the parking that would be affected, it is the drive-through lanes that would be affected by it as well.
Okay, thank you.
Good. No, thank you. Before I take any other questions, can I ask a question, please? On the application papers on page 33, it mentions that it compares this application with 4 different sites on the operation of parking and the drive-through that has improved situations in those. Should I be concerned that in all these other examples, the drive-through is segregated from the parking area, so the cars that go through the drive-through do not go through the parking area, but this one does. So it would take longer, I imagine. I'm not sure how much it would interfere. I think the applicant said there would be little interference, but could you comment, please?
Yes, through you, Chair. The commentary that's provided in the report around the various other sites is an analysis of the views and the information that was submitted at the time of the application. I don't think it's just provides some clarity. Out of those sites, one of the sites has a clear delineation between the car park and the drive-through lane. The others have some interaction between the car parks and the drive-through lane. The amount of stacking before you get to the drive-through varies in different locations, and each site is different. Obviously, that is an analysis that was used to try and support the application in terms of demand on other sites that have this two-lane approach. So that's why that information is in there in terms of analysis of what's been submitted. The clear picture of the information that I gathered from that is that these sites do not appear to operate at the same peak sort of demands that this site does, and so our concern is that of course is relevant as well to how the traffic may well interact with the rest of the car park as raised in the concerns.
Thank you very much. Councillor Mackenzie Boyle.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. We're looking at cars and vehicular travelling. Why aren't we looking at pedestrians? Should we be looking at their safety too? I understand that possible the pedestrian crossing as such now is, it says here in the thing, should be at risk due to multiple vehicles passing through. Can't it be moved to protect the safety of the pedestrians?
Through you, Chair, the concern we've raised, obviously, as you've read in the report, is the constant manoeuvring back and forth of drive-through and parking traffic, trying to manoeuvre around the car park, which differs from the route now. Clearly, there are defined routes that pedestrians would want to take around the site, either if they're crossing over on the raised table on the Mill Park Road, that you come from the park area, that one remains and would seem apt as it leads to the front door. The other routing is from the cycle route adjacent that runs under the subway and links through there. That is seek to be retained, that route, and in a very similar arrangement to what it is now. So we're just flagging up there that clearly with multiple manoeuvres and things going on, that they may be more at risk than they currently are. But there is provision shown on the plan there in a similar sort of location.
Again, supplementary. So what I'm hoping that people that just want to go down and feed the ducks, they're not at risk.
Well, anybody choosing to use that route to pass through the traffic to go to another location obviously may, if there are different operations happening in the site, potentially could come into risk. What I would say is that you need to bear that in mind with the existing network that runs around the site as well, and so not all users would necessarily cut through. I couldn't say they wouldn't, but there are obviously a network of route that runs around the site as well that would lead you back onto the road, Mill Park Pond Road, into the wider site.
Thank you. Councillor Collins.
Just returning to the data for a minute, we see there's a discrepancy in opinions between 2023 data and 2025 data. We're all aware that there is significant development going on in Bracknell, and in your opinion, do you consider that would impact the data in any way? The fact that we've got lots of new development around Bracknell, and therefore that might increase the volume of traffic travelling to the McDonald site?
Through you, Chair, it could do. I appreciate that what you've heard tonight is that from the applicant is that they believe the formation of the restaurant is at its peak capacity. But clearly, yes, development has occurred between that period, and the location of the site is also on a route that passes through from the south of the borough, through past into outwards out of Bracknell as well. So there may well be some increase in demand from passing traffic that passes through the area. But yes, it could have an impact, in my view, that demand at the site could increase.
Thank you. Councillor Zaruri.
Through you, Chair. Can officer confirm that the modelling mechanism or software used by the applicant is an acceptable modelling method, and the concern is confined only related to the data age, not the modelling methodology itself?
Through you, Chair, in terms of the modelling method and the Paramix model that was referred to, that is a reasonable model to utilise. Our concern isn't just related to the data. Obviously, the data, that if we had more up-to-date data, would confirm that either the position that's been put or it would give us a different picture. But it's also a concern around how the internal operations of the site would work and safety of people in the site, as well as the potential it has to displace people. Clearly, if you can't get into the site very easily as a dining customer, for example, it might lead to concerns and impacts elsewhere. So it isn't just the age of the data, it's, sorry, I hope you can hear me, the age of the data, it is how the site may well operate, depending if that the data, that most up-to-date data, shows a different picture. But Paramix is a recognised modelling piece of software, and this has been used to try and model the scenarios, as was explained to you earlier. And that does show an element of queuing within the site under the proposal. As I say, but if it's based on data that may be not as up to date, then that picture could be different. That's what I'm saying, I think.
Thank you. I don't want to take any more questions. I think we've done supplementary. Okay, but then we do need to get on debate. So,
applicant has referred about the waiting time used in the modelling as 5 minutes plus. Are you? Is our officers convinced that it's the correct number, or were there any disagreements between officer and the applicant during this process anywhere?
There has been in relation to that. My understanding is that they've sought through that modelling to replicate the existing arrangement of demand and then pulled that through to model and make some adjustments on the basis of the 2 lanes queuing to make a reasonable adjustment. So there's been no disagreement in that regard.
Right, I've been advised I should take any further or different questions. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I do agree. I think members need to be able to ask questions to make an informed decision, particularly if officers may need to defend this at appeal at a later date. With regards to the questions around highway safety and also to a lesser extent the issue the officer just touched on in terms of the potential for dining customers who can't access the site maybe to spill onto other surrounding roads, I just aware this isn't an application for a site that there's nothing at the minute. This is an application for a site which exists and there are significant existing traffic problems. I was just wondering if you could maybe expand on your assessment of how what's proposed would compare to the issues that are existing. You know, are you just worried generally about safety concerns, or is there an indication that it would be less safe than the existing condition? And similarly, in terms of this issue with people maybe parking on other surrounding roads, is there an indication that that would be worse under this than the existing condition?
Through you, Chair, it's quite a tricky one to try and answer, but I'll try. Clearly, the idea of the concept of the application is to try and remove the queuing problem as witnessed and as is well known, and I'm sure as members you know about it as well. So, and you've said yourself that you've witnessed it. So, it is seeking to try and address that issue. It's my judgment on the relation to the operations inside. Clearly, when all the traffic associated with the use has to interact for longer. Appreciate we've got a position at the moment where the queuing occurs, but once they get inside the site, they are more segregated. I think you heard that in the officer's presentation. So clearly, bringing more of an interaction between people wishing to get to a dine-in space while they're waiting in any queue that might form because of the nature of the information we've got at a time or future growth that might happen at the site due to changes. It's difficult to ascertain how much different that will be, but there's clearly an opportunity for more interaction, potentially more conflict within the site. If that Also, if that operation occurs that is greater than has been currently demonstrated with that information, that queues and demand at the site increases over time, then clearly opportunities for people wishing to jump into that queue might be more on site to park up, might lead to further displacement. But I can't quantify that number for you. It's in terms of highlighting the areas which I think are the negatives of the proposal, whilst I recognise what the applicant is trying to do in terms of resolving an issue that we recognise is happening out on the road. It's, does this create another problem? That's our concern.
Supplementary, yeah.
Not a supplementary, but a separate question, if that's successful. Going back to this issue with regards to the off-site tree planting, I'm just wondering, are we being imaginative enough here? Is there not any mechanism by which the committee potentially could agree to approve this, pending sufficient evidence that off-site planting and maintenance has been agreed with Bracknell Town Council? I appreciate it can't go into 106, but is there any other mechanism possibly available that would enable that?
Chair, I'll take that through you. It's really difficult because we don't know what arrangements have been made between Bracknell Town Council and the applicant. We haven't been provided with any draft Section 106 agreement that we could look at. We haven't had any information, far as I'm aware, that I've advised on. When I was considering this, I think Section 106, there's a gramping condition that can be imposed, that a development can't be commenced until certain things are dealt with, and that can relate to the planting, but the maintenance is a continuous monetary payment to the town council. Now, we can have a Section 106 agreement between the town council, the applicant, as well as the borough council, but that maintenance payment will be being made to Bracknell Town Council. We can't enforce those if those aren't paid. So there has to be some sort of contractual agreement between the applicant and Bracknell Town Council. And there's also implications, as we will, Bracknell Borough Council will be the freeholder. So there's all sorts of legal implications that we can't assess and say these can be overcome without knowing what agreement they have in place, what negotiations have taken place. We try to work around a situation and find a solution rather than prevent planning permissions from being implemented. So I'm sure we would be able to find a solution, but I could not at this point say to you that a recommendation for approval can be made subject to the completion of a Section 106 agreement when I can't say for 100% whether that would be enforceable.
Thank you. No further questions? Councillor Templeton.
There's also an article 9.72 talks about the BNG, that the increase the biodiversity net gain condition that has to be imposed, and that can't be done on this site, so it'll have to be done with the town council site or some other site. They'll have to purchase it. Well, we can't do that with Bracknell Forest at the moment. We've got nowhere to purchase, so it'll have to be with Bracknell Town. So that would have to be done as well, because that's really an important part of this council, and what we're doing now with greening up is the biodiversity net gain. And so the fact that that's not been raised at all is quite a concern.
Sorry, Chair, through you. We're just checking what the position is on the biodiversity net gain. But again, yes, they can buy off-site units, but I'm not familiar with what the position is on this.
Through you, Chair. I don't know if the case officer wants to comment, but I think that certainly looking at the proposed reason for refusal 4, we were looking for, in the event that approval was granted, we'd be looking for a monitoring fee to monitor on-site biodiversity, as well as a financial contribution towards off-site green infrastructure projects. So I think that there is BNG being provided on site, but maybe the case officer could comment further in terms of the extent of it.
It's my understanding that 10% BNG cannot be provided on site, so therefore we are requesting the contribution towards green infrastructure projects.
Thank you.
Do apologise, Chair. Perhaps I can come in and be a bit more clear on that from my first answer. I think that that's exactly right. Because the 10% can't be shown on site, that the applicant would have to purchase credits from a registered habitat bank. Because there aren't any currently available within the borough, that purchase would have to be outside the borough. And therefore, in order to meet the requirements of our LP30, which is our green infrastructure policy, we would then seek, in addition to the level of BNG that could be achieved on site, we'd seek additional contributions for the contribution of green infrastructure. But that would still be in addition to the need to purchase off-site habitat units. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. No further questions? Okay. So it falls to me to move the recommendation on page 42 of our agenda. Yes, plus the amendment to the recommendation on page 1 of the supplementary report. And the minor amendment. Could you?
Shall I share my screen? So
Please, yes.
That's with reason 1, a slight amendment there to the wording of reason 1. So we've just said in the absence of up-to-date data, for the operation of the current site. So that's just the amendment to the wording of that reason for refusal.
Thank you. So do I have a seconder for the refusal? Councillor
I'm happy to second.
Thank you. Okay, debate. Who would like to comment, please? Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Chair. I'm genuinely quite torn on this one. It's an incredibly complex application. It's an incredibly sensitive site, and it's clearly a site with significant existing issues. I think on the matter of the traffic data, I must admit I'm not entirely sure I'm convinced. I agree with the officer on the need for data more recently than has been provided there. I respect their professional opinion, but I mean, my experience is these kind of applications can take a significant amount of time to prepare, often, months or even years. And the first thing an applicant does is they go and they get these surveys at the beginning of that, and they have to be able to rely upon that data for a reasonable period of time. And I'm just not quite convinced personally that that's entirely reasonable. However, I'm also not entirely convinced that actually the situation that the applicant has presented as the worst case truly is the worst case. As I say, I personally have witnessed that traffic backing not just onto Mill Park Lane, but well onto Wild Ridings Road. And to say in the very worst cases, I have seen it all the way onto the roundabout and back onto the dual carriageway at Mill Lane. I don't think I've seen that in the modelling they've presented. So I think there's questions there as to will this really resolve the problem. I think the conclusion I'm coming to is I don't think there's a guarantee it's going to resolve the problem, but equally we've got to consider the existing situation where that problem is already there and existent, and clearly this will better that situation. So, you know, considering we do have that existing problem that you know, our residents really do need to see a resolution to, and I think accepting that, you know, if we refuse this, there's no guarantee that we're going to see anything better in the future. There's nothing that we can do to require the applicant to do anything better in the future. On that balance, I think on the basis of the traffic issues alone, I would be inclined to support the application. However, alongside that, we've got this issue with the trees, which does seem incredibly messy. And it seems a very odd situation to me, because it seems quite possibly that could have been resolved with a little bit more time if the applicant had reached sufficient agreement with Bracknell Town Council and presented to us evidence of that agreement. We would be in a position where we wouldn't be having that ambiguity. And I do note from the comments from the officers made that it was the applicant who has pushed for this to be determined and to come to committee, despite not having provided that piece of information. And I just don't really understand why that's not been presented to us, that's not been resolved and presented to us before we've determined it. So I think on that basis, I'm not satisfied that this meets the threshold for approval, and therefore I will support the officer's recommendation to refuse.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Councillor Virgo.
I think Councillor Smith has summed up a lot of our concerns, to be honest. I mean, I think the committee goes to a site, and I think this is one of the most important things sometimes the committee can do, and see this in situation. I'm not totally convinced about the delivery, because it seemed to be chaotic when we were down there, to be absolutely honest. And I can't see this plan, you know, resolving that problem, because there isn't enough space on the site. That's the problem. I do understand that people want this improved. I do get that, and I think the committee gets that. But, you know, I do feel strongly that you cut down 2 amazing trees and you're not convinced about the other stuff. You know, it just leaves you in a pickle, because, you know, as much as we want things to be improved and investment in this borough to be, you know, increased, I think we have to also be minded that we are here to make a decision based on the evidence, and the evidence from the officers is quite clear to me. They're not convinced, and I have to say, you know, I back that, actually, because I think they've done some work, a lot of work on it. So I'm sort of with Councillor Smith on this. There's lots of pros, but, you know, unfortunately, like the balance in planning, the negatives seem at the moment too big for the approval, so I can't support it. Sorry.
Thank you. Councillor Collins, do you want to? Oh, yeah. Oh. Speak first. Councillor Frewer, please.
Thank you. Yeah. An issue I have is reference to Councillor Templeton's question earlier on about the exit for the drive-through traffic here. I mean, I do use the restaurant from time to time. The exit at the moment is the only traffic you're likely to meet coming the other way is traffic going to the Mill Pond site. And obviously, if you go in the evening, that's not going to be an issue. As I say, looking here, I mean, I can just imagine the logjam this is going to cause, you know, when you've got the traffic coming down and traffic coming out. Obviously, we all want this problem to be sorted out. I mean, I see the traffic as much as anybody else does, but I just think it's going to cause a logjam. It's something better needs to be planned here, I think. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we had Councillor Penfold first, and then.
I feel similarly torn, because the traffic is a problem, but there are so many loose ends that I don't think are tied up properly at the moment. I'm afraid I shall have to support the officers.
Thank you. Councillor Bidwell.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I won't be allowed to vote in this, but I would support the application on the main reason that the traffic is not going to get any better, and how long do we have to wait, and how many other application cycles do we need to go through in order to get a resolution to that problem, and God forbid anything happens in the meantime. The other thing that I feel very strongly about, and as a ward councillor, that access to Mill Pond is severely restricted at many times of the day, and there's a lovely cafe on the Mill Pond there that's run by a family for over 20 years that is suffering because people can't get there. Now, it's not an ideal solution. Some of the objections that have been voiced tonight are very real, but we should be able to come to an agreement about how post-approval we can solve those, and we should be able to put through the Grampian procedure, be able to sort out the issue with the trees, and we should be able to get some reassurance about the traffic flows. Now, if that doesn't happen and this approval falls, then we're going to have more and more congestion for another couple of years or more. I've been sitting talking about McDonald's for over 10 years. I hope we don't have another 10 years of having to do this.
Thank you. Councillor Collins first, please.
Thank you. We're all agreed this needs resolution. However, as others have mentioned, it is about balance. And I am concerned that there will be little difference to the traffic accessing this site, and we will lose two quite magnificent trees in the meantime. I think I would be prepared to lose the trees as long as there was replacement planting if I felt this was the right solution to the problem, but I'm not convinced it is at the moment, so I will be supporting the officer's recommendation for refusal.
Thank you. Councillor Temperton, and then...
Yeah, I too would love a solution to get this so that we can access Mill Pond whenever we want it and not join the queue to get into this area. I am concerned very much with that exit, going across the driving through on a bend and getting to the exit. I'm very concerned about the fact that the green part of this has been more or less ignored. 9.62 says that in 2019, an application was approved to prune 17 trees and fell 7. There is an outstanding condition requiring replacement planting still for this, and that planting from 2019 is included in the documents in this application. So I am concerned of what is happening here. This is a really good park. It's part of Mill Pond. It's a really valuable area. And as a valuable area, there should have been much, much more concern done for keeping the biodiversity, increasing that biodiversity, and at least including it in the plans, rather than just ignoring it. So on those grounds, I can't accept this because I'm not even convinced that this is going to actually relieve the situation.
Thank you. Councillor Zalruddin.
It is vital that we do everything we can to create an environment where businesses in our borough can thrive. I don't think any of my colleagues here would disagree with that. Having said that, the safety of road users and customers must take priority over it. Since the modeling is done using software, I am a bit unconvinced why applicant can't rerun the same model using early 2025 data. And it's entirely reasonable for our officers to expect most up-to-date data in this case. Therefore, I'm on board with the officers' recommendations for this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments? I've got a couple myself. I know that as played in the modelling, this is going to reduce traffic queue back onto the road. But if we've had a situation, I mean, if we still have the situation where there are queues right up the little road into Mill Pond car park, then we haven't resolved all the issues by any means. I mean, people will still have difficulty getting into Mill Pond, whatever we do here. I'm also worried about safety of pedestrians in the site, and the exit jamming things up as well. So whilst I ideally want to see this work, I really am not convinced, because I think dealing with this in isolation without concern for the traffic trying to get into Mill Pond Park and car park, it is wrong. There needs to be far more consideration for those people wanting to use the park, and this doesn't happen. And as has been raised as well, there's still outstanding concerns about the biodiversity issues that are still outstanding from 2019, which is quite a long time ago. I had plenty of time to fix those. So I'm fully on board with the officer's recommendations too. Shall we proceed to the vote? Shall we? I'll just revise what we've been through. We've had trees, concerns for the trees, concerns about the servicing, which is not fixed. It's a bit chaotic. The exits and the various loose ends that are not tied up in the plans. We've worried about the log jam in the car park, and I have to say, if I was a stressed parent, having taken my boys to the football and had to wait and got cold and then brought them here to try and sit down and have a nice cup of tea, it would drive me balmy if I had to try and get into a car park where there's people coming and going and traffic both ways. Anyway, that's beside. We need resolutions on a number of the things that have not happened. Okay, I think I've said my piece. Shall we take the vote? Those in favour of the recommendation of the officers, please show.
That's unanimous, Chair, so the motion to refuse has been carried.
Thank you. So, thank you for those attending. I hope everyone understands the reasons we have refused. So it's the next one, is it? Okay. It is the next one, but not the next one, yes. So the item 6 is about the Evergreens, and we have public speakers for this. We have well, I have got the right thing, yes. Georgina Cusack, are you here? Yes, thank you. Could you just hang on while we have the officer's report? And also Karen Charles, please, are you there? Thank you. Right, we'll have the officer's report and then I'll call speakers. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Margaret McKevitt, I'll be presenting this application, and members visited the site on Saturday. This is a Section 73 application which seeks to make changes to the Reserved Matters application 2100104 REM, and it seeks granting planning permission for internal changes already made to 14 houses to create one additional bedroom within each house. These changes were made during the construction of the properties, and the properties have therefore not been constructed in accordance with approved plans. The properties have since been sold and are no longer under the control of the developer. The changes to provide the additional bedrooms are internal only, no external changes to the properties have been made. And initially, giving some history perhaps the build up to the application, it's believed that approximately 37 of the 68 properties on the site were constructed with an additional bedroom compared to the approved plans. At the time when this breach was brought to the attention of Bracknell Forest, 20 of these properties were in the ownership of the developer, Taylor Wimpey, and 17 had been sold. As a result of discussion by our enforcement staff, the 20 properties in the ownership of Taylor Wimpey were subject to changes to revert the properties back to the approved plans, and these are now constructed in accordance with the approved plans. Of the remaining 17 properties, 3 of them relate to properties which were approved as 2-bedroom houses and constructed as 3-bedroom. These 3 properties are subject to a separate non-material amendment application for approval of the internal changes, and for these 3 properties there are no requirements for additional parking spaces from the change from 2 to 3-bedroom houses. And this application also proposes the provision of 10 additional parking spaces on site. 9 will be available to visitors and residents, but the spaces will not be allocated to individual properties. 1 space will be used by a car club vehicle, and in general it's considered that 1 car club parking space is considered to replace between 8 and 9 parking spaces by reducing the need for members to own a car. And the car club will be secured through a variation to the Section 106 agreement for the development. So if we just move on to the site plan, try and indicate, if we look first of all at the overall layout of the properties in question. The properties circled in red are the properties which have been built not in accordance with the approved plans. And in blue circled where the additional parking spaces are being provided. Try and make that a little larger. The car club space is close to the access road at the top, together with 2 visitor spaces. So they are on the access road down to South Road. The further parking spaces to be provided are in the south of the site. One of the issues as officers we've had is really the lack of available space within the site to provide additional parking spaces. There are additional visitor spaces here opposite the apartments, but not really capacity to expand those. And ideally, of course, parking spaces will be provided either on or close to the residential properties. But as these were not planned into the original layout, there's insufficient space on plot and in parking courts to provide those additional spaces. As part of this application, additional contributions will also be secured towards primary education and SPA and SAM mitigation measures, because contributions on the original applications related to the number of bedrooms, which has obviously increased. The solution of providing the additional parking spaces throughout the development to relieve any parking pressures is not fully in compliance with parking standards, which would require 1 additional parking space to be provided for each affected property. But it is considered to be the best solution available to permit those properties to retain the additional bedrooms in the properties as purchased and occupied. In conclusion, buyers of these properties have bought the properties without being aware, I believe, of the planning position, and to require the removal of the bedrooms in the properties is seen as being punitive to those owners who were not a party to the original breach of planning control. Any enforcement action to remedy the breach and require the properties to revert to the original approved layout could only be taken against the owners of those properties rather than the developer, and that is not considered to be appropriate by officers. Accordingly, officers have sought to work with the developer to remedy the breach of planning to as great extent as possible. In the event that planning permission is granted for the current proposal, the breach of planning control will have been remedied and certainty will be provided to the existing owners. As part of this, skip through here. Members obviously will be aware of the site, and this is a photo of the approach road from South Road, where some of the additional parking spaces will be provided. See, they are a little perhaps remote to the properties, but they're also positioned within the site. It's felt that if the parking spaces were provided closer to South Road, they may actually be used more by visitors to Great Hollands and other activities rather than the residents. And another view of the access road, giving the space for those spaces. This is showing some of the existing visitor spaces opposite the apartments, as they're seen really without sufficient space to provide additional parking spaces. And again here. And this views of the south of the site where additional parking spaces can be provided alongside additional parking areas there. And this is again in the south of the site. The recommendation before the members is as set out in the main report, and is that following the completion of planning obligations under section 106 of the Town and Country Planning Act 1990 relating to securing a travel plan to include details of operation of a car club, the Assistant Director Planning be authorised to approve the application subject to conditions amended, added to or deleted as the Assistant Director Planning considers necessary as set out in the main report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. We've got to take the speakers now, I believe.
Sorry, Claire, it's more of a point of procedure, Chair. I apologise, I did not realise this before, but it's because the report listed the agent as the applicant rather than the developer. I hadn't realised, but as with previous applications for sites with Taylor Wimpey, I need to declare an affected interest as I have provided professional services to them in the recent past. So I'd just like to declare that interest, and I'll leave the meeting for the remainder of the item.
Thank you. That's good. Okay. Okay, I'd like to call Georgina Cusack, please. To do that. So you have 3 minutes, and well done, that's it. 3 minutes, and I'll give you a call at 20 seconds left, but you carry on until I say stop.
Good evening.
Hang on.
I'm a resident.
Just a moment, I've got to reset my timer. Sorry, I forgot that bit, almost. Righto, ready?
Good evening. I'm a resident of the Evergreens, and I'm directly affected by this application. Something that I'd really like you to remember, that there are people who are living here, and we are all at the behest of Taylor Wimpey. I want to highlight how I believe this proposal is unfair and damaging to our community. First, this issue has arisen because Taylor Wimpey fundamentally built homes that don't match the approved plans. Buyers like us are now caught in the middle. Planning permission is effectively being held hostage because of a levy and a parking shortfall created by the developer. And that's unreasonable. If any one of us had decided to put an internal wall inside our own home, we wouldn't need planning consent. Yet, here we are, unable to sell our home and remortgage our homes because of mistakes that were not ours. Secondly, the so-called solution on parking is illogical. The development is soon to lack even more green space. Yet the proposal is to rip up more grass, to squeeze in visitor bays that don't even benefit the affected residents. If extra spaces really are necessary, why aren't they allocated to the families who need them? Otherwise, they'll just be filled by visitors or even people heading to Great Hollands, as you've already acknowledged. The outcome is fewer green space, less biodiversity, and still no certainty for the benefit of residents. Thirdly, the idea that a car club is a meaningful answer simply doesn't stack up. Car clubs work in high-density areas, not Bracknell Forest. These are homes that have sold for over £500,000 each. Families buying here did not rely on sharing a single car parked at the entrance. Anyone need milk? Shall I get you some cat food while I'm out? It's insulting. And if residents really need a hire car, local companies will deliver one to the door. So instead of wasting land and management effort on a tokenistic car club, why not keep that space green and usable for everyone? At the heart of this, it's a simple principle. Residents should not be punished for a developer's mistake. I'm asking you to divorce the two. We should be granted our planning permission for the number of bedrooms, and Taylor Wimpey need to find and allocate parking to every house that has not got the correct shortfall. If not, you're setting a precedent for other greedy developers. We should not accept a car club that has no genuine benefit. I urge this committee to refuse this application and demand a fairer solution, one that protects green space, allocates parking properly and restores our freedom as homeowners.
Thank you. Well done. Exactly right.
Thank you.
Okay. Questions of fact on what Ms. Cusack has spoken about, please. Yep.
Microphone. Could I just ask, when you bought the house, okay, the solicitor who did the conveyance, or did they not raise this point that the house was actually 4 bedrooms when, you know, it was on the paper 3 bedrooms, did they?
No, this wasn't raised, but the Taylor Wimpey do push to use a certain group of solicitors, which most people then use.
And may I just have a supplementary to that? But you don't have to use those, or did they make you use those?
You don't have to use those,
Yeah,
but
okay.
they fundamentally encourage you.
Yes, understand. Thank you.
Councillor Templeton.
Can I ask, when you bought the house, how many car parking areas did you buy with the house?
2.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Any other questions for the applicant and for the householder? Councillor Zahoudin.
Are these car parks freehold as well? Or
Sorry,
leased?
are they free?
Freehold? With
The
the
car
property,
park,
yeah.
Yes.
Spaces
yes,
as well.
Yes.
Because it's not always the case.
Yes.
Parking
Yes,
spaces
because we have
can
a
be
drive,
used. Yeah.
so and we own the plot. Yeah.
Okay.
Councillor Templeton again.
In your, I have every sympathy with you, but and you know I have. But you said Taylor Wimpey should supply the car parks. Where would they supply the car parks? Because it's such a...
Well, I invite you all to come to the Evergreens, and I'd be very happy to host you all at our house. We live on plot 28, which, if I may point at your diagram, is... excuse me. This one here.
Yeah.
There's a lovely bit of space right by our house where our driveway could be extended. That would then make the car park allocations 11. And then possibly, if we all did a little look around, we could probably find 3 more.
Could you switch off the microphone, please? Thank you. Any other questions for Ms. Cusack? No? Councillor Virgo, yeah.
If I could have clarification, because your drive could accommodate three cars, is that right? Is that what you're saying?
There's a bit of green grass.
Oh, I
next
see.
to
So
our
you take the grass
so you
away.
Could you could extend that.
I
yeah.
understand. Yep, got it. Thank you.
Oh, sorry, it's not a question.
Want some help? Councillor Templeton, yes.
As you're speaking, just not for yourself, but as part of the whole, as is every house that's affected, would they also be able to have a car park put beside them as your house would?
I'm not a planning expert, but there probably could be some things that could be moved to accommodate more than the Taylor Wimpey have found.
Thank you. Oh, another.
Yeah, just another thing. I think inside the house when they built it, it wasn't just, there was a reconfiguration to get these extra buildings, the extra bedrooms in. It was the whole cupboards were taken out and other things were done. It wasn't just a extra, it was a real rebuild. And so that was what was sold as a 3-bedroom or 4-bedroom. They'd really reconfigured what was on the plans, yeah?
Yes, correct, because you can sell 4 bedrooms for more than you could sell 3 bedrooms.
Thank you.
Councillor Collins.
Did Taylor Wimpey consult you in any way before this application was put forward?
No. And when we first heard from Taylor Wimpey in November, it was all a very hush-hush letter.
Thank you.
Okay,
Chair. Sorry, did Taylor Wimpey actually say to you the solution is to get a car club, or was this something that our planning department found a solution? Yeah.
Taylor Wimpey and the planning department have together found the car club as a solution, together with a 1-week free bus pass.
But this wasn't discussed with the residents?
No.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you all for your time.
Thank you. Now we have, could I call Karen Charles, please? Thank you. Are you all right with using?
It's fine. Thank you. Good evening. My name is Karen Charles from Boyer Planning, and I'm the planning consultant for this Section 73 planning application. I'm representing Taylor Wimpey, who is the applicant and the developer of the Evergreens. We've been working with your officers on this proposal for 6+ months, inclusive of some extensive pre-application discussions. There's been genuine positive collaboration during this period, and Taylor Wimpey are very grateful for your officers' time and patience in reaching a position that is now acceptable in planning terms. The application seeks to regularise the floor plans of 14 homes to ensure consistency with how they have been built. The 14 homes have been sold and are no longer in Taylor Wimpey's control. Changes to the floor plans only relate to the addition of the stud wall to create the additional room, and there are no changes that have been made externally to the homes. Approval of this application will ensure that the irregularities between the originally approved floor plans and what has been built is all regularised for the benefit of the 14 affected homeowners. Alongside the internal changes to create the additional rooms, we've heard that the application also proposes 9 additional visitor parking spaces and 1 car club space, all to be provided on site. This will raise the total number of parking spaces on the site as a whole to 162, which includes the 19 visitor spaces, all to serve the consented 68 homes. It has been agreed with your officers that this provision will be appropriate to serve the development when factoring in the additional bedrooms. For the avoidance of doubt, the additional parking spaces will not result in any tree removal. As the additional rooms could result in additional people living at the Evergreens, then further contributions towards primary education, SANG and SAM, will be made through the provisions of the Section 106 agreement. A residence travel plan has also been prepared, which will set out the arrangements for the car club. As is clear from your committee report, this application has been subject to very thorough assessment and scrutiny by your officers. And following assessments, the application does not have any objections from statutory consultees, and in particular, your highway officer is happy that with the proposed additional car parking. Taylor Wimpey have listened and responded, and we are pleased that your officers have recommended to you that planning permission be granted. I respectfully request that you resolve to support your officers' recommendations. Thank you very much for your time.
Sorry, questions of fact. Councillor Virgo.
Could you, let me ask you a question then. Did you think it was wise to discuss the car club with the residents, please?
I'm at the planning consultant for the application, so I've not been involved in any of the discussion directly between Taylor Wimpey
But
and
you are
the residents.
representing Taylor Woodbury in this hall. In this hall.
Yes.
So would that be a fair question to ask you, as you are representing Taylor Wimpey?
Yeah. I'm not aware of what communication has taken place, or what has or hasn't. So I'm not in a position really to answer that.
Okay.
The application before us and those prior, the alterations to the internal, how soon did you let the borough know that the application that you originally had put forward for 3 had suddenly grown with internal extensions and changes?
Can I, just so I understand your question, can you just repeat that for me?
My feelings are,
yeah.
Did you have second plans to change the internals?
Not certainly not that I'm aware of.
Okay, thank you.
Could you switch off your microphone? Thank you. Councillor Mackenzie Boyle.
So, I'm sorry, I don't understand. So I don't understand. So who gave permission?
That was a matter with Taylor Wimpey. It's not a plan. That wasn't a planning matter. That was a decision made within Taylor Wimpey.
Where?
To be honest, I don't know.
On site or?
I genuinely don't know.
Thank you.
It's not. It wasn't a planning matter, and I'm advising them on planning matters. So I'm not aware of who made what decision on that.
I'm sorry. I'm not really aggressive. Just trying to get my head around this. So it's not a planning decision to remove in internal walls. It's not a planning decision. It's just a whim.
It wasn't a planning consideration at the time. Obviously, it became Taylor Wimpey were made aware and Boyer Planning were made aware that it was a breach, that the change had been made, and it was a breach against the approved drawings.
Okay. And as soon as that breach was recognised, did they come in and said, right, we're going to put it back?
I think we've already heard from Mrs McKevitt that...
I'd like to hear from you, please.
Okay. Well, there were the 37 homes that were identified as being in breach. The 17 that Taylor Wimpey had control over, they immediately went in and rectified that. The ones they couldn't rectify are the ones that were sold.
That's the problem. Thank you very much indeed. Thanks for your patience.
You're
Thank
welcome.
Thank you. Councillor Penfold, please.
How many had been sold? So, were they sold already?
We
Taylor Wimpey addressed everything that was in their control to do so. The 14 homes, or the 17 homes that were already sold that were affected, the 14 of which were affected by the car parking.
Thank you. Councillor Virgo.
Thank you. Can I understand, you talked about the breach and you're representing them in the 73 to get over this problem. Do you understand, who actually made the decision to Taylor Wimpey that the breach was there? Who did that? Was it BFC, or was it who actually said, look, you're not building these to the specific requirement?
The council made Taylor Wimpey aware.
And presumably, as you understand, because you're handling the 73 application, that this was presumably on their master plan when they actually made these houses. They actually changed it. It must have been decided by them to change the alterations, because people can't just build it. A workman can't just do it. It must have been changed from the original plan. Is that as you understand it? 'Cause
that is correct. It wasn't a matter that Boyer advised on. It was a matter made by a decision made by Taylor Wimpey.
Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Templeton.
Can I just ask, when Taylor Wimpey got and corrected the ones that hadn't yet been sold, they altered again all the internal arrangements to get back a 3-bedroom to a 2-bedroom and a 4-bedroom to a 3-bedroom. So they redid the internal rechanges.
They did everything that was still in their control that hadn't been sold. They went in and rectified the situation.
So
yes.
then those houses had the allocated number of car parks because they had the right number of bedrooms that go with those car parking
Correct.
spaces. So if they'd sold, they would then have to redo the whole of the inside again to get back to what was on the plan.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's
Thank you
all
very much.
for that. Thank you very much. Okay, questions for the officer, please. Councillor Virgo and then Councillor Templeton.
May I just ask, in terms of, I understand the problem, so forgive me, but I'm going to explore this a bit. Presumably, if we did insist on car parking places, for whatever reason that we may decide at this meeting, those places can be restricted to residents only. To get round this problem that if we supply the spaces near the road down that strip where there's the grass coming into the site, people could use it obviously from the park, but we could restrict that. There are plenty of ways to restrict it for residents. That's correct, isn't it?
Through your chair, Andy Wells, Highways. I'm just trying to clarify the question with you, Councillor Virgo. Are you suggesting that the spaces are allocated to residents rather than be visitor spaces? Is that the question?
I'm merely saying that in many residential areas in this borough and others for that matter, there are heavy restrictions to residents. If you go into Richmond, actually, they've completely used all of the spaces there that are only for residents only. For that very reason, because people were parking there to get onto the train in Richmond, and therefore to stop that, they put a scheme in.
Okay, I think I understand the question. We haven't got another demand here on this site for these spaces other than for residents or their visitors. So therefore, in making them visitor spaces, they're available to visitors to those properties, but also to the residents of those properties. But what is proposed is 9 additional visitor spaces and 1 car club space where there are 14 affected properties. So you cannot allocate 1-to-1 to fully resolve 1 space per unit. And also the spaces that are proposed are not adjacent to the properties to which the breach relates. So it would not make a lot of sense to allocate individual spaces, even if there were 14 of them, and the current setup proposed as visitor spaces makes the most sense in this instance, given the breach that has occurred.
Just to supplement, because I'm confused by that answer to me. So, what I'm suggesting is that in the question, it's not a debate, but when we went on site, we could see there were spaces on the entrance, for instance, that could be converted to car park spaces. I'm not saying that we should. I'm just raising this as a point. And those spaces can be allocated to residents or visitors. If you're a visitor, you have to get a pass to go and park on it. That's perfectly fine. It happens in the Royal Borough of Winton and Maidenhead. So there's no reason why this council couldn't do that, if that's what we decided. Is that not right?
Are we saying there should be a residents' parking scheme here?
Well, I'm just trying to say that to get round this problem, that could have been suggested, because we walked round the site, Madam Chairman, and we did see areas that could be done.
Okay. Thank you.
I'll leave it there, because I shouldn't debate it, really.
No. Is that okay?
Through you, Chair, I'll try and answer that as a question.
Sorry.
The suggestion that additional spaces were to be provided on the access road on the way in does not relate well to the development in terms of the actual dwellings. The spaces that are provided there, the 2 visitor spaces and 1 car club space, are reasonably remote from the development anyway. Additional areas further towards South Road would likely get used either by events and other things happening on South Road, but also by the neighbouring Hill Group development adjacent, and not actually by the residents and visitors of the Evergreens. So the situation as proposed presents a balanced position of having spaces as close as they can be without necessarily having the space on the site to provide spaces adjacent to the affected properties.
Right, thank you. Councillor Hayes and then Councillor
Okay,
Penfold.
then let's look at the commencement of this design and everything.
Is this a question?
Yes, it
Yeah.
is. If the original plans had been given with the extra bedrooms, would the front entrance been able to accommodate the extra vehicle that they would have required?
Thank you.
Can I clarify?
The design
by,
of it.
by front entrance, you mean the junction with South Road?
The front entrance to every property, you are stating a property we were given plans for and saying that the property was going to be a 3-bedroom and only need 2 parkings. Now it's a 4-bedroom, it's a different thing. So therefore, the design element, that's why we're looking at, I presume, at allocated parking elsewhere, is because they cannot accommodate in front of their design.
Officer.
Thank you, Chair. Through you. It's correct to say that the layout as approved met the parking requirements, and if additional parking spaces were going to be provided in front of the properties, I think it would have had an impact on the layout in the sense of we tried to avoid creating parking spaces within the inner access roads on design grounds and safety grounds. Not all properties have sufficient space on plot for a garage or a parking space. Parking's in parking courts and along the road in spaces. As you see, that there isn't really sufficient space for 14 parking spaces to be tied to each individual property in this layout and with this design. So it would have required a redesign at approval stage. But we were asked to look at the layout for the mix of bedroom sizes that we gave approval for. So to retrofit it is quite difficult to fit additional spaces in front gardens or between the sizes of properties.
Yeah, there's hardly any properties left for sale and mostly occupied. Councillor Penfold.
The residents don't seem to have been consulted about the car share idea. Should they be? Secondly, if they were consulted and didn't like the idea, which I get that vibe, that's one extra space. And when we visited the site on whenever we did Saturday, we did see places which could be used. Okay, you'd have to lose some of the verges, but that's better than losing trees, and it's better than not having enough parking. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Through you. The issue of a car club came up really as a way of trying to think of solutions to a scheme that wasn't meeting the parking standards. Initially, 10 parking spaces were proposed, which clearly isn't sufficient for the 14 extra bedrooms. And when talking through those, it was seen that a car club may be one option in the sense of it creates more availability than one parking space because of turnover. We do have car clubs within Bracknell Forest. I'm sure members are aware of that. We have discussed them on previous sites and schemes. The consultation, I suppose, was when the application was submitted, not aware what discussions Taylor Wimpey chose to take part in with residents, but the consultations as a council we take, we can only make when the application is submitted, and obviously when the application was submitted, we do notify neighbours, but we can't independently go to residents before an application's in because we don't have a concrete scheme. What Taylor Wimpey chose to do is up to them in terms of consultation.
Thank you.
I can add to the latter part of that answer if you wish, Chair, through you. The car club vehicle, as was set out in Margaret's report, has the potential to replace a number of resident cars. The existing car club vehicle we have at the Grand Exchange in the town centre is there for exactly that reason. The development is a development with slightly below parking standards provision, and the car club vehicle serves the purpose of a second vehicle, for example, for a family who may not need another vehicle at all times and may occasionally need an additional vehicle, and that serves that purpose, and this would do likewise. The application is supported by a letter from Enterprise Car Club, who operates the vehicle in Market Street and also on Western Road, and in neighbouring Windsor and Maidenhead. And over the country as a whole, that organisation has 220 locations where their cars are present. And that includes holiday destinations. So one other additional benefit of a car club vehicle is that, for example, if someone were to go on holiday by train or megabus or whatever else they chose, they could use a car club vehicle at their destination as part of their membership of the car club, irrespective of the vehicle that's on site. So it gives them access to other cars, not just the one that is on site here.
Thank you. Councillor Virgo.
Can I pick up on that point? Because it seems to me that, as I understand, the officers talking about the way the car club would work, it does need the cooperation of the residents to play with this, and yet we haven't even consulted them, and yet they bought freehold houses. That seems very odd. I can't understand. I just want an explanation why, if we couldn't do it ourselves because we feel that we're just looking at a plan, why we didn't get assurance from Taylor Wimpey that they have indeed consulted with the residents. Because if they're not consulted and the residents don't want it, this plan falls away.
Thank you. Would you like to comment?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Again, the consultation, it's not for the council to discuss what Taylor Wimpey should or shouldn't have done with their residents. I mean, this breach of planning control was not brought to our attention by Taylor Wimpey. We made them aware that we knew there was a breach by looking through marketing material on Rightmove, actually, and doing that job for them and consulting them. We obviously investigated our own legal advice. The consultation as a council we can take is when a planning application is submitted, which is what we did. Pre-applications, as members will be aware, are sensitive in the sense of we cannot go out and consult on a pre-application inquiry. So our hands are tied in the sense of perhaps it should have been the responsibility of the developer. People may feel that. But we can't make them do that. We don't know what consultation took place. We can only do our own notification once a planning application is submitted.
Thank you. I think makes things very clear. Councillor Templeton.
Yeah, thank you. So there's been a breach of planning agreement or planning application. 2-bedroom built 3 to 4. These are freehold, so we can't go back now and do anything to Taylor Wimpey because they've sold it on. So the only people who could change the internal arrangement and take them back from 2 to 3, from 3 to 2 and 4 to 3 are the house people. I mean, the owners who have actually bought this. So it's completely impossible to. I mean, that cannot happen, obviously. But at the moment, I'm getting to it. But at the moment, these houses are illegal. So therefore, what else could be done? They don't like the idea of providing extra car parking spaces, but that would make them legal, and therefore they can sell and get their mortgage. So is there any other way, if they don't like the car parking spaces and they've asked us to reject this proposal, is there any other way in which we can make their houses legal so they can then get their mortgages and sell it, other than this method that we're proposing to actually help them sort out this terrible situation?
Thank you
Please.
for that question. Yeah. Assistant Director.
Yeah, through you, Chair. If this application were to be rejected, obviously, as you rightly say, the units would remain unlawful, and then it would be a matter, if Taylor Wimpey didn't pursue it on behalf of the owners, then it would be a matter for each owner to submit their own planning application to regularise the situation. What we have sought to do in this instance is, so the unlawful construction of these buildings as 4-bedroom houses as opposed to 3-bedroom houses has 2 consequences in planning terms as referred to by the case officer. So one of the consequences is in terms of the contributions that are calculated on a per bedroom basis, and the other consequence is their failure to meet the parking requirements as set out in the parking SPD. So what we have sought to do is to assist residents by being in a position that we can regularise the position for their houses and allow, as you say, mortgaging or remortgaging, by addressing those two key elements. I think officers have acted in good faith to try and address the two planning issues that arise from the non-compliance with the original plans, but it's very difficult because obviously, as the case officer said, we're trying to retrofit a situation, into an existing approved layout, and so it isn't easy. There isn't a sort of an alternative solution that I can offer at this stage. Sorry.
Councillor Collins, please.
Just to understand that, you're saying that if we reject this, Taylor Wimpey, they could go to appeal, but they might choose to do nothing, and then the residents are in a worse situation than they are at present?
Well, it is certainly correct in that the buildings would remain unlawful. It's possible that members may consider that the arrangement that we've negotiated as part of this application doesn't address the concerns to their satisfaction. Officers worked to be in a position that we felt that on balance we could recommend approval on a situation. This is not an ideal situation, but it's not a situation of the local authorities making, and we felt that this was an on-balance decision that would allow the position to be regularised and the residents' properties to become lawful. It may be that members don't feel that this particular negotiation is satisfactory, but certainly if this application were to be refused, Taylor Wimpey, there's no legal action that we can take against them to make them continue to try and regularise the situation, and those properties would remain unlawful in planning terms. So with that sort of knowledge, officers have tried to move forward with an unsatisfactory solution, but to the best of our ability.
Supplementary.
Can I just ask, following on from that, how many of these 14 residents who are occupying unlawful properties have objected to this application?
Through you, Chair, I think we can provide the total number of objections, but unless the case officer can tell me differently, we wouldn't have actually identified exactly where those objections came from in terms of whether they were the affected properties or not.
All right.
Sorry, if I could, sorry to interrupt. Yes, 15 letters of objection received, which I would indicate will be from the 14 properties plus one additional.
All right.
But I couldn't confirm the numbers tonight.
Right. I added them up, and there were six objections, as far as I could see on the planning register, which came from occupants of the said properties.
Councillor Mackenzie Boyle.
Thank you, Chair. May I address my question to the Assistant Director, please? So what we are being asked to do is to put a plaster on this hideous wound. So are we being asked to support the recommendation of this car club in order for the houses to be regularised? That's bottom line, as far as I'm concerned.
Through you, Chair, yes, that's correct. In terms of the application before you is as has been negotiated between officers and Taylor Wimpey to try and address the planning issues that result from this situation. And yes, it would, if this permission is granted, then it would regularise the position for the householders.
May I, as a supplementary?
Yep.
Would Ms. Cusack sleep better in her bed knowing that that is going to happen, that she will be able to remortgage her house and not be in a terrible financial situation?
Through you, Chair, obviously I can't speak for her, but that is certainly the intention of officers. We've always felt that the residents are innocent parties in this matter, and we've tried to work and find a solution that will regularise the position for them.
Thank you very much. Councillor Temperton.
And can I ask, please, again, to just repeat that if we vote against this, then it's up to each of the householders to then come forward with their own planning application and to put in their own planning application, which we would then have to consider each of them individually because they're freeholders, to see if we could accept the adapted plans and go through another plan. Is that what's going to happen?
Through you, Chair, I wouldn't want to suggest that the application in front of you is the only possible negotiated solution. It's the one that officers felt was most appropriate, and that's why it's before you. But you are correct, is that if this application, if some form of application was refused, then Taylor Wimpey didn't proceed to try and regularise the situation through a further application, then yes, it would fall to individual residents to try and regularise the situation.
Thank you.
Can I ask, so if we agree this recommendation, then each householder who feels that they can improve upon it could then apply for their own planning permission, and if it's possible to put an extra space by their drive, they could do so. Is that right?
I think. Oh, sorry.
Sorry. If a resident felt that they could later, on land that they own, secure an additional parking space, of course they would be free to do so. These parking spaces are on land I believe is owned by Taylor Wimpey. If a resident feels that yes, they've got space in their front garden or on land that they own, of course they could submit a planning application for that. But they couldn't necessarily apply for permission for a parking space on land that they don't fully own, that is outside their title of property.
I'm sorry, but I'm sorry, this is not a public meeting. It's a meeting. No, you cannot. I'm sorry.
You're engaging with us. It's not fair. It's not fair.
Thank you. Sit down, please.
I won't sit down. I will stand.
But then leave the meeting, please. Thank you. This is not for everybody to get involved. I'm sorry, we're deliberating the stuff that's in front of us. No, shush. Councillor Mackenzie Boyle, please.
I understand the emotional impact this has on the residents, but we've got to be absolutely clear that whatever decision we make tonight, will be for the betterment of their lives and to ensure that, as I've said before, that if we support this plaster over this hideous wound, that their houses, their homes will be regularised, and that they will be able to sell, remortgage and do anything else that's going to help them going forward. That's what I want to know, basically.
I think we've had that confirmed. Yeah. Thank you. Any other questions,
yes, please? Something I don't quite understand here, in this confusion beyond belief, I think. And I feel really sorry for the residents, I have to say that, because you shouldn't have been put in this position. But presumably, as a speaker said, if they have grass, they could just say, we can supply an extra car parking space, and that completely solves the problem. It is the bureaucracy then that says you can't do that. You have to have planning permission to do that. You know, because that would then defeat the object of saying, well, you haven't got enough spaces.
But no, oh, good Lord.
Taylor Wimpey.
Do I clear the chamber?
No. Who is Taylor Wimpey?
Taylor Wimpey.
Okay, that Councillor Zaharuddin, yeah.
Sorry if I'm missing something. So I heard from the new owner of this property that the parking spaces are freehold, but I'm hearing from the officer it's leasehold. I'm now just confused. Which version is correct?
Through you, Chair, can I just clarify? So the individual property owners have bought their properties freehold, and that is the 2 parking spaces that they have at the front of the property. What we're talking about is that the proposals as part of this application, they are on communal areas that are retained by Taylor Wimpey. And that's why, and which will subsequently be transferred to a management company. There'll be some kind of management arrangement, and that's why there's the difference between the 2 of them.
Is it true that if a resident were to approach Taylor Wimpey and suggest that they pay them for forming a parking space on their front, if they've got space, that Taylor Wimpey should comply with that? Because that's that's preferable to having a space a long way away.
I think the problems there arise with who would own that land. I mean, if it's land owned by Taylor Wimpey, I'm not sure where the space will be for each individual property. I know we heard along the side of a property there may be space for a parking space there. I don't know what the ownership is. If that land is in Taylor Wimpey's, that's for the discussion between the householder and Taylor Wimpey, whether or not they would provide that space. As a local authority, we can't oblige a separate landowner to make that land available for that one property. Obviously, we do sympathise with the residents, of course we do. We're trying to reach a solution, but we're also bound by land ownership issues, in the sense that we can't direct a landowner to hand landowner over to a property owner.
Thank you. That's absolutely clear. Councillor Frewer, please.
Yeah, a resident mentioned that she's got a grassed area in front of her house. If it's worked out that the residents have a grassed area in front of their house and they want that to be an extra parking space, can't we enforce somehow Taylor Wimpey to tarmac that for the resident and make that a parking space? Could we not do that?
I would say that the resident has to approach Taylor Wimpey directly. It's not something we can impose, is it?
A supplementary to that. I mean, can we not somehow enforce it? Because this is their mistake. Can we not enforce that?
Can we not recommend to Taylor Wimpey?
Yes, I think the resident, sorry, through you, Chair, the resident made specific reference to the grass by the side of her dwelling. I'm not sure, and maybe the officers would like to comment in terms of whether or not that was, because I know there was some investigation throughout the site as to where would be the most appropriate places, and they might like to comment in terms of whether that particular location was identified or not. Thank you.
Thank you.
To you, Chair, that was part of our discussions with Taylor Wimpey to identify other additional areas of land, and what was put to us is that that was in the ownership of Taylor Wimpey and it wasn't within the title of the property. Therefore, it was for them to offer it. We can only enforce a planning application. That isn't part of a planning application, so we can't enforce that Taylor Wimpey hand over that land, even though obviously the issues on the site are the responsibility of Taylor Wimpey.
Thank you. Councillor Mackenzie Boyle.
Thank you. And thank you through you, Chair, and through you, Assistant Director. Thank you very much indeed for your response. It's been absolutely fantastic. Thank you. Can we not prevail upon the goodwill of Taylor Wimpey to at least have a conversation with the affected residents? I mean, after all, they're the ones, I can't think of another word other than they fouled up. Surely that should happen.
Perhaps that's a local councillor intervention. Councillor Merritt.
Well, as their local councillor, I think this is becoming, there's car parks need to be placed. Taylor Wimpey own the land. Taylor Wimpey is saying you can have this bit, but you can't have that bit. And I think, it's Taylor Wimpey's problem. I know they've sold it on, and that's the issue here. They've sold it on to someone else. but there's something like honourable agreement, really. You know, that this is a mistake they made deliberately. There's no way in which internal configuration on all those houses, 37 houses or however many, could have been a mistake and a bit of that was done deliberately. So I think I would actually really want to go back and say to Taylor Wimpey, look, you know, your reputation and the rest of it, we need to actually look at this and say, this is an area where we think we really need to work with Bracknell residents that are here now to make sure this site reflects.
Do you have a question?
Sorry, the question is, will they? Can we go back to Taylor Wimpey? Could we go back as a planning committee? Can I go back as a local councillor and talk to Taylor Wimpey and say, can this happen? I did it with the other organisation on Jennet's Park, and I did it quite successfully there, so it would be quite, but then that was leasehold. They hadn't sold it on at the time we could save that. When the garages were too small, we saved that, but that was because it was then still freehold and they hadn't sold them all on. But we need to, so, anyway, that's my question. Can we? Yes, can we?
Through you, Chair, it would be possible to defer the application from this committee, and the strength of feeling, I imagine, has been very apparent to Taylor Wimpey, and ask them to consult with the residents and come back and amend with the planning application. Obviously, there would have to be...
residents, I think we need us as well. Sorry, I'll be quiet.
Could I just ask one clarification? It's a private road, is it? Is this the problem? Because that's not a council road. Because they couldn't, in a planning application, you know, if it was a public road, Taylor Wimpey couldn't do that anyway. Am I right in saying that? I mean, I don't understand why, when we've accepted a planning application, that they still have rights over parking. It's just extraordinary.
No, it's getting past
So, I think the highways officer will answer on the position on the road, and then I'll come back on the second point. Yeah.
So, is this road that the whole estate is privately owned, and it's not owned? It's not been adopted by the council.
Your question is correct, Councillor Virgo. The estate road is entirely private and managed by Taylor Wimpey, and it is not to be adopted.
Thank you. Okay, I think enough questions.
Madam Chair, can I point of order? Could I, the leaders,
yes.
not the leader, I mustn't call her the leader in the planning committee. She's just a common councillor. Is her proposal a possibility as a motion? Or is that accepted? Or, you know, because it seems to me that we've got a common census here, even though it's going to few more weeks, isn't it? But at least there's an attempt to get some kind of interaction from a company who's made not only a mistake, but deliberately tried to confuse people.
Yes, we'll just have a little pause in the meeting for 5 minutes and work this out. Thank you for that pause. There have been discussions here, and we have a question that needs to be answered.
It's not so much a question, but just to set out some facts, because I have been involved in this situation and this enforcement matter and advising on the legal implications of it ever since the council became aware of the breach. It was a flagrant breach by the developer of the planning permission. They had a complete disregard for the planning permission that was issued, and probably thought that they would get away with it. It was through the diligence of our officers, having found that these properties were being marketed for additional bedrooms. So once we became aware of that, we investigated, and we took advice from a leading King's Council in planning matters, and we were advised that because of the properties having been sold, we would have to pursue the homeowners. Now, we considered the homeowners to be innocent parties, and all officers involved in this matter, their primary aim was to find a solution that was equitable and just, not only for the homeowners, but generally for our taxpayers, because we had properties being sold for additional bedrooms without the infrastructure payments that corresponded with those additional bedrooms, and we had a lack of parking. Now, once we became aware of that, and we became aware of what, or we were advised by the King's Council as to what our legal obligations were and what our legal options were in terms of enforcement, I wrote to each one of those homeowners who had purchased those properties, advised them that their properties were unlawful and that we were seeking and how they could get over it. It would require an individual application by those homeowners, and that we were trying to get Taylor Wimpey to resolve this because they had created the issue rather than the homeowners. I have not heard back from one homeowner in respect of the letter I sent out. So having heard them now, we've discussed it, myself, the Assistant Director of Planning, plus the Democratic Services Clerk, have looked at the options in terms of this application before you. You can move a motion for a deferment. It has to be moved and then seconded and then voted on. And we would then go back and try to see what Taylor Wimpey has to say. I would urge the residents to contact me, because I have had no response to any of my letters. Well, my only letter a letter I sent setting out the legal position, I've had no response to those from any resident.
Councillor Mackenzie Boyle.
While I agree, what worries me, why we defer, leaves the residents further in the mire. But we have to do the right thing, and I think if we defer, it's the best thing.
Yes, it does mean that their properties are still not lawful. The longer the process takes, it means their properties aren't lawful. This is the quickest way that officers felt we could address that. But we've heard the concerns, and obviously we sympathise. And the only option that we can come up with is a deferment, but that will delay the lawfulness of those properties.
May I ask, therefore, can we have an extraordinary planning meeting and get this moving?
We can speed this up if we get some resolution from Taylor Wimpey, surely, because it will have first place in the planning queue.
Through you, Chair, I think one thing that would be particularly helpful is that if members do move for a deferment, to be really specific for the reasons, what negotiations that they want us to have with Taylor Wimpey, and the input, because I think any kind of lack of clarity on that could lead to further delay. And as you say, I think that there's a real urgency about this matter.
No, no, sorry, we can't, because that is an abuse of our processes, but I will be around afterwards, so you can talk to me afterwards.
Okay, let's have an adjournment for...
We're not meant to discuss the application with the meeting.
Just want to talk about the letter.
I would say on the letter that's something you'd be able to talk to Indy about after the meeting.
It's relevant.
I'm sorry, it's just...
We can take a break.
Well, I think
Okay. This is not a legal situation, so we should not... Yeah, but we are not supposed to talk to the residents during a meeting. I'm sorry. The adjournment has not... The adjournment has not happened.
We haven't adjourned. Our rules do not allow this type of conversation to take place. I think if we were deferring the matter subject to it being put forward, seconded and voted on, and I will be around afterwards.
Can I just make a point, please? I think in order to... First of all, I would adjourn it. You know, I would like to make a motion to adjourn.
We can't
make the motion to adjourn.
defer.
But I think for us to be absolutely specific about this, because the Assistant Director of Planning makes a very valid point, we've got to be absolutely accurate of what we want to happen, because if we don't, we're getting nowhere really and just making the situation worse. But we need a conversation at some point before we give this over to this meeting. We want an adjournment, but we want then to sit down and decide what that adjournment is going to be, because it is impossible to do this at short notice in a room like this with a lot of emotion.
I don't think we're going to manage to...
Sorry, but that's exactly how the Royal Borough and Windsor and Maidenhead act. They will not do a blue sheet on the time they do it. No, but it is important because we should all be working on the same system, frankly. And if we can't decide... No, Chairman, just listen to me, please, for one moment. If we can't decide quickly at a meeting, we need to sit down calmly and work out what that adjournment will take.
Let's ask the officers, please, because...
Could I make a suggestion, please? We could move for a brief adjournment. I could draft some potential grounds for the deferment, and then I could offer that to any member who wanted to... yeah, is that okay? Right, okay.
We've got 3 minutes.
Okay, can we adjourn then, please? Okay, are we ready to be back in session?
We're back live.
Okay, thank you. Yes, we took that adjournment to take legal advice, and we've now prepared a motion or possible motion to defer the meeting. Would you like to put the words on? Sorry.
Your mic.
The
Your microphone, Mary.
So
I'd like to propose.
would you like to read that out?
Could you make it a little bigger?
Yep. Shall I read it for members?
Yes, please.
Yes.
Hang on. Excellent.
Okay. I move to defer the application 2400479 full from consideration by the Planning Committee in order to allow officers and members to arrange a meeting with representatives of the 14 affected households and Taylor Wimpey within 1 week of the meeting in order to work to agree an alternative layout which seeks to address the shortfall in parking that results from the unlawful construction of the dwellings, with the firm intention that any alternative scheme is ready to be presented to the October meeting of the Planning Committee. I move.
Thank you.
I second.
Thank you. Councillor Mackenzie Boyle, second. Questions or anything? Questions? Debate. Okay. Would you like to comment on this, please?
I'll speak to the motion
Yes,
and make
please
it
do.
and keep it short and sweet. Tonight we realised how really important this is for all those people that need to actually get this sorted as fast as possible, and so that's why the timescale is really quick. We need to talk to Taylor Wimpey to see if there is any land that they've got there that they can work with us to improve the parking facilities with the residents there, so that they are happier with this situation. The residents have, we're trying to make a terrible situation better, and to make these houses legal, and to make sure that they have the parking facilities near where they want them to be, if that is possible. So we'd like to work with Taylor Wimpey and to meet with them as soon as possible and get this sorted and resolved. Thank you.
Thank you. Would you like to switch off your microphone? Thank you. Councillor Frewer.
I would like to propose that we could have an extraordinary meeting of the Planning Committee before the October meeting to discuss this. Could we not do that?
Is that an amendment?
So there are provisions to call an extraordinary meeting. They have to be approved by the Executive Director for Communities, Kevin Gibbs, and by the Chair, Councillor Brown. That's not something that could be agreed tonight, but assuming there was an application ready, that's something that could be looked into, and there are mechanisms to do that.
Could we vote on that? Or what's the procedure with that?
You wouldn't need to vote on it. It's once kind of there's an application ready to come back to committee, Councillor Brown would be able to request a meeting be called, and then Kevin Gibbs, the Executive Director for Communities, under the Constitution, has the power to approve that meeting to be called.
Thank you. Councillor Mackenzie Boyle.
Can we clarify and make sure that we all understand the words within 1 week of the meeting? What meeting? This meeting, the meeting with Taylor Wimpey? Because we'd like to get a deadline in order for us to have the extraordinary meeting.
Yes, clarification.
Sorry, just as a point of clarification, perhaps it should say within 1 week of this meeting. If possible, I'll change that if that's agreed.
Councillor Collins, please.
I'm just going to say this. I don't necessarily agree with this. I'm disgusted with Taylor Wimpey. That there is a possibility that Taylor Wimpey can just walk away from this, and then residents are left with unlawful residences and no parking spaces. I hope they won't do this if we approve this motion, but there is a risk associated with it.
Thank you. Councillor Mackenzie-Boyle.
And the risk is reputational risk to Taylor Wimpey. This is an open meeting. It is online, and I should imagine that it's going to be scraped by Bracknell News.
Any other?
I think, Madam Chairman, we've heard the residents and what they've said, and I agree with the Deputy Chair. It is disgusting what Taylor Wimpey did, and I hope we make this very clear and loudly to this company that you cannot do this in Bracknell Forest. I'm really sorry, but if you do it again, there will be consequences. But on the other hand, what we've done tonight, we've spent probably a couple of hours on this or so, we've tried to compromise in our feelings and go along with the residents, and I hope we will come to a conclusion. If may I just say one thing, that we will offer this hand to Taylor Wimpey so that they can come and find a compromise. And if that all goes wrong, it will be made very public from this company. And we've all said in this room that company will want to find other land in this borough, and it will be remembered. Thank you.
Other speakers? None.
Can I wind up then, please?
Yes, please.
I think we've all heard how serious we're taking all this, and we really want this better resolution and the compromise to be made with Taylor Wimpey working with us. And I think this meeting, when we're there, it's in the best interests of everybody, but particularly with the residents, to make amends for what they've had to suffer because of these decisions. And I think it's quick, it should be there, we can have these decisions. And we ask Taylor Wimpey to work with us to make this resolution as quick as possible and as a good compromise for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Temperton. Time to vote. All those in favour of this motion?
I believe that's unanimous, Chair, so the motion to defer is carried.
Thank you. So that is, we've dealt with this application. Sorry. Oh yes, of course. Yes, time to invite Councillor Smith in. Yeah. Residents, yes. Thank you for your attendance. I think I'm sleepwalking now. Okay, settle down. We're being recorded. Now, sorry. Councillor Smith has now rejoined the meeting, and yes, thank you, officers, for attending and all that. Thank you very much. So we move on to, we don't have application 7. We have to move on to application 8, which is on page 69 of our reports. Okay. Yes, with sorry, recommendation on page 86 of the agenda pack and an amendment to the recommendation of conditions on page 3 of the supplementary report. And Officer Shelley, can we have your report, please?
Thank you, Chair. Okay, I'm going to share my screen. Let's just do that up there. Right, that's it. So the application is for the erection of 4 two-bedroom semi-detached houses following the demolition of 2 existing dwellings fronting Westbourne Road, these being Athol Villa and Woodside. Okay. Oh, sorry, that's it. The application site shown outlined in red includes these properties along with their associated gardens and outbuildings. Other land outside of the application site and shown outlined in blue is also within the applicant's ownership and includes a roughly T-shaped parcel of land which previously formed part of the long rear gardens of Athol Villa and Woodside and properties on College Road. Neighbouring properties are Faraday and Invicta, which are adjacent to Athol Villa and Woodside to the east and west, respectively. The site lies on Westbourne Road, almost opposite the junction with Fairmead Close. The character of the immediate area can be described as the detached dwellings in Westbourne Road and the semi-detached dwellings along Fairmead Close. Here you can see the proposed elevations and floor plans. The street scene elevation shows that the proposed ridge heights of the new dwellings are commensurate with other properties in Westbourne Road. Proposed materials are red-facing brickwork and white render, which is again consistent with properties in Fairmead Close. Concerns have been raised about the building line being forward of Faraday, and how this impacts the character of the area of street scene and residential amenity. Plot 4, including its bay window, is 1.9 metres forward of Faraday. It will also be 1 metre closer to Faraday. However, these distances are not considered to have an adverse impact on the amenity of this property in terms of any loss of light, overshadowing or being overbearing. The applicant has produced a drawing which shows that there will be no loss of light to the occupants of Faraday in compliance with the Bray guidance as set out in the document entitled Site Layout Planning for Sunlight and Daylight. The development meets the 45-degree line rule. Plots 3 and 4 being forward of Faraday is also not considered to have an adverse impact on the street scene. The building line along Westbourne Road is currently not uniform but staggered, extending forward from Faraday. Athol Villa and Woodside already sit forward of the front elevation of Faraday. The building line of plots 1, 2, 3 and 4 will be commensurate with the building line of properties to the west, namely Invicta and Wishmore. 1 parking space is provided per dwelling to the front of the proposed houses. This arrangement is consistent with the character of the area where frontages of properties in Westbourne Road and Fairmead Close have off-street parking interspersed with small front gardens. Additional landscaping along the frontage will also be provided, additional landscaping along the frontage and to the rear. A central access road will be created leading from Westbourne Road to the rear of the site and 5 additional parking spaces, including 1 visitor parking space. The site layout plan also shows the provision of cycle and refuse storage for all properties within the site. Private amenity space is provided to the rear of all 4 properties. Although smaller than the existing gardens of Atholvilla and Woodside, the proposed areas of private amenity space with depths of approximately 10 metres are not considered to be that much smaller than the private gardens of properties in the area, particularly Fairmead Close. The reptile survey submitted with the application states that the site as a whole, or including the application site and the other land shown in blue, supports a population of reptiles with slowworm and grass snake being reported on site. The applicant has set out an approach to ensure that the development does not harm these reptiles through a programme of capture and relocation to the area of land outlined in blue on the location plan, which is also within the applicant's ownership. The proposals include maintaining a suitable habitat through the low-intensity grassland management of this area, with the grassland being cut 2 to 3 times a year. The biodiversity officer considers this approach to be acceptable. A final reptile mitigation plan for reptiles, which details how these will be protected during construction, how the blue line land will be improved for reptiles, and how it will be managed in the long term, will be secured by condition. The condition will also require the applicant to submit an ecological site inspection report to demonstrate that the plan has been implemented. The site lies within flood zone 2 and 3 and is at risk of surface water flooding due to the close proximity of the site to the York Town ditch to the east of the site, which is a main river. The local lead flood authority, the LLFA, considered that the applicant has demonstrated that flood routes and drainage will not be adversely impacted by the proposed development and has subsequently not objected to the proposal. The proposed rear garden levels will be no higher than existing, and the average level of the proposed access road and car parking area will be lower than existing, creating additional flood storage. The proposal also shows flood resilient measures where the proposed dwellings will have finished floor levels above the flood level. Surface water runoff will be collected in an underground tank for discharge into Yorktown Road ditch, using a pair of pumps inside the tank. The proposed dwellings are not considered incongruous with the character and appearance of the area in terms of design, scale, proposed materials, site layout, including parking provision, or amenity space, and as such are considered to comply with the relevant policies in the Bracknell Forest Local Plan. In terms of impact on the character and appearance of the area, consideration must be given to the site's previous planning history, and notably a 2023 appeal decision for the development of 9 dwellings on the land shown within the red and blue outline. Although the appeal was dismissed due to the development within the blue line resulting in a cramped form of development, the inspector considered that with regards to the development at the front, the replacement of both of the existing dwellings fronting Westbourne Road with a semi-detached pair of dwellings on their respective footprints would result in a negligible degree of harm to the overall character and appearance of the street scene, which is relatively mixed. And this is the plan that was determined by the appeal, by the inspector. So obviously, you can see obviously the similarities with the application proposal and site layout. The proposed dwellings are also not considered by officers to have and adverse impact on neighbouring amenity. Reptiles have been recorded on site, and these will be captured and relocated to land to the rear of the site, also within the applicant's ownership. The applicant has submitted a drainage strategy, and this is also acceptable to the local lead flood authority. The application is therefore recommended for approval subject to appropriate conditions and Section 106 agreement. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Questions for the officer, please. Councillor Temperton.
Who will manage the sort of T-shirt shape on the blue at the back? Who will manage that grass cutting area for 3 cuts a year and all that? Who's going to be responsible for that?
Could you turn on your microphone?
Sorry, excuse me. Obviously, the applicant will have to submit further details of the reptile mitigation plan and will be responsible for that area of land. We have another condition included where there will be an area of hard standing for the maintenance vehicles that obviously can come and then obviously turn around. And the grass will be cut 2 or 3 times a year. So, yes, it will be the applicant's responsibility.
Councillor Collins, please.
And following on from that, will the applicant be required to remove all the rubble and rubbish and mounds that we saw on Saturday at the site, because clearly they may not be suitable for these reptiles?
Well, I mean, as such, I mean, the reptile survey says how they will be introducing artificial refugia within the site to capture any reptiles, which will then be transferred to the off-site reptile receptor site. Yes, I mean, you know, if they are going to be putting this plan into action, then obviously they've got to create conditions on site where they can actually do this. Does that answer your question?
Could we improve on the condition to ensure? Because I don't think old sofas and the like are really suitable on the land. Can we improve on the condition just to make sure that the rubbish is cleared, specifically cleared?
Well, like I say, I think, you know, if they are going to be implementing this reptile management plan, obviously they're going to have to make sure that the land is suitable.
So that is covered by the condition.
I think, yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Virgo and then Councillor Mackenzie-Boyle.
A couple of questions, Shelley. Do I understand rightly, when you said the inspector had approved, is that the layout that where we see the slightly over coverage of the property, which I've now forgotten what it's called next door? Was that something he approved then, or she?
That he was referring to the character and appearance of the area. Right. So very much in relation to a negligible degree of harm to the overall character and appearance of the street scene, which is relatively mixed. So he refers to the character of the area in the street scene. As such, he doesn't refer specifically to residential amenity, but as such, he does. In the appeal decision, he does refer to that and say that's acceptable. But
could I have a supplementary and another question actually?
Yeah.
But the supplementary is that is this true that we've asked him to realign the semi-detached on the right to that of the neighbour, which would be 1.9 metres, I think, and there is adequate space to do that. From the plan I've seen, there's no reason, because he owns the land at the back, so it could be achieved, but he's refused to do that. Is that correct?
That has been requested, but obviously, you know, he has the right to, well, the applicant has the right to, obviously, wish the application to be determined as is, and obviously, if you know, he can always appeal the decision if you know, obviously, it's doesn't get approved.
Okay. Understand. The other question was about the water and the drainage with the pump and the tank.
Yeah.
Is there any, I mean, is that really up to the owners to maintain that? How does that work?
That will be the owners through a management company. So that the occupiers will be responsible for, yes.
To maintain it?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mackenzie Boyle.
This may sound a bit sort of light-hearted. Shelley, forgive me, and I hope you're feeling a bit better later. I wrote one of my questions down here. Reptiles, are they part of BNG? I mean, they're not going to go to Letchworth, are they?
With regards to the BNG, that is actually provided, I think it's 52% on the application side. Obviously, there's a lot of landscaping that's going to be provided. So the land outside within the blue line, no, hasn't been included within the BNG proposals because obviously they can already meet the 10%. But obviously, yes, you do have obviously the wildlife biodiversity, which will also be on that land too. Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Collins and Councillor Temperton.
I understand there's going to be a hedge planted along the boundary at the rear of the properties, dividing the red line site and the blue line site. Will there be anything put in there while the hedge is establishing, or will that be covered as part of a landscaping condition?
Well, as such, we also have a condition requiring boundary treatment. We do have that.
Thank you.
Councillor Temperton.
Yeah, there's an interest in landfill gas included in here. Not very often that we see that, and obviously it's from. So, what does that entail to get a response on that, and what are the sort of possible causes of having gas coming from a neighbouring area?
Well, I have had comments from our environmental health officer, and obviously they talk about the site is located approximately 136 metres north of an area filled ground known as fairly close. So they may therefore be affected by migrating toxic flammable gas. But obviously we have added a condition where they will need to carry out a landfill gas investigation and risk assessment prior to commencement of development. And then obviously if anything is followed by installation and validation of appropriate gas protection measures if anything is found to be necessary. So that there is that condition there that they have to investigate it prior to development, and obviously if anything is found to be there, take necessary measures.
So it must be affecting all the other houses along there as well.
Well, certainly, it seems to be a consideration, but the environmental health officer has picked that up, so which is good.
Thank you. Councillor Virgo, yeah?
Just to lead on with that, Shelley, is there any enforcement measures in this regard? I mean, I understand what you're saying, and I know it's up to him to prove that, whatever, but how do we go on enforcement to make sure that's actually correct?
Sorry, with regards
do we inspect it? I mean, to make sure if there is any mitigation that's necessary, that's actually done. I mean, because I know that we have a problem with building inspectors and we don't have enough and all that sort of thing. I just wonder who's going to actually make this work if it's necessary.
This is in relation to the gas and the investigation.
Yeah.
Well, certainly with that particular condition, let's just have a look at it.
Isn't the environmental agency involved?
I was going to say, is it our building regs or is it environmental?
I'm just having a look at that particular condition.
Environmental, isn't it?
Is environmental agency
Yes.
would be involved in that?
Yes.
Through you, Chair. Yes, as part of, if there were any landfill gas emissions identified, then the condition would require the submission of a scheme to mitigate any kind of potential impact on the future residents. To be honest, this is quite a standard condition because we've got another number of landfill sites, and it's rare that anything sort of to significant is required in mitigation. We don't have a specific inspection regime in terms of making sure, but there's a condition to ensure that any scheme is implemented in accordance with the approved details. And I think if it was something that we had particular concern with, the Environmental Health Department, they would be they would be looking at the submission of the details. And I think if there was anything they were particularly concerned about, then they could ask us to go and have a look during the construction phases. But as I say, from past experience, it hasn't been a particularly onerous requirement. It's sort of more a belt and braces approach we're taking here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further questions? Okay. Falls to me to move the recommendation. Then I've forgotten to look where that is on page. Vice Chair, thank you. Page 86 of the agenda pack, with amendment to the recommendation and conditions, page 3 of the supplementary report. Do I have a seconder, please?
Happy to second, Chair.
Thank you. Comments, please. Debate. Councillor Verco?
I think we did see it on site, and I think it was quite a useful visit to see this, actually, to be honest. And there are many things which you think aren't perfect by any stretch of the imagination. It does seem a bit cramped. It does seem very close to the next door neighbour. The one thing that I find really irritating is when owners can't see that, you know, they push the building line 1.9 metres, 2 metres, say, in front, and that's okay, that's perfectly fine. And I know that I've been in this planning committee for quite some time, and we've refused things for less, actually. It does seem unreasonable to me, to be honest with you. And I think the owner next door has got to put up with a lot, with parking now in the back garden, and it just goes on, and also the landscape isn't exactly brilliant. I know that's not planning, perhaps, but these things build up. So I can't support this, actually, because I think it's a reasonable thing to ask the applicant to actually just at least align it to next door. There's nothing wrong with that. The land is there. It's possible. He's not going to lose a lot. And so I don't think I can support it. I'll just give you notice that if members were so minded to go with this, I have an alternative motion.
Okay. Can I just note that we were shown an accepted application that had the building line that is being used now. So that was passed by the Ombudsman.
This wasn't. This wasn't passed by the inspector. I'm sorry, that's not right, is it?
Could I just have a point
Yes,
of clarification?
please.
So the decision that Shelley referred to, it was an appeal decision, and the decision was actually dismissed. The appeal was dismissed. The point that the case officer was making was that there was the appeal application related to 2 pairs of semi-detached properties at the front and then 5 further dwellings at the rear.
Yeah.
And the point that was being made was that the inspector didn't raise any objection to the impact on the street scene from the properties at the front. So it wasn't actually allowed, but it was dismissed. But the inspector's comments would still be a material consideration.
But a clarification, I mean, it wasn't specific about this because the inspector wasn't looking at that. The inspector was looking at the street scene rather than a specific notion to put that. I don't know what it was like originally, whether it was always further forward on it, but it seems to me that it could easily be corrected, and it would look better in the street scene, to be absolutely honest. There's nothing worse than one, you know, when we're building houses, you know, we should be quite firm about this, that the building could, you know, should not be above somebody else's. It's ludicrous, you know, particularly when the space is there to do that. It's unreasonable.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Chair. I very much agree with Councillor Virgo's view that, certainly in my personal subjective view, the position of the property relative to the neighbouring property is not ideal, and it would be, I think, better to have it further back. However, I think we do need to acknowledge that this is one of those situations we have to judge the application that's before us, and you know, the question is not always is this the best possible development, but is this a development that complies with policy? Because you know, we need a policy basis to refuse. I think for me, the key things are we've seen the BRE assessment, which indicates that there's no impact in terms of light and sort of overbearingness, and also, as just raised, this situation where although the application was previously refusing and including on appeal the previous application, this aspect of the application was very much the current application was very much included in that, considered by the inspector, and I think gives us a very clear indication of what the inspector's view would be were this to go to appeal again. On that basis, I can't see that, whilst it's not the best and most ideal version of development that could be placed here, I think it appears to me to be a permissible development that I would have to approve.
Thank you. Councillor Collins.
I have to agree with Councillor Smith. The whole site is an eyesore, and it's a shame that especially Athol Villa has been allowed to deteriorate. And I could see that there were letters of support from residents for this application as well as objections. I'm concerned that moving plots 3 and 4 backwards would actually impact the rear of Faraday Moor, and I noted that there was a conservatory at the back which may have been shaded more, but we are considering what is in front of us, so I will be supporting the application as well.
Thank you. Any further comments? Thank you. Oh, Councillor Temperton.
I think from the diagram on page 71, it looks very much as if properties 1 and 2 are in alignment with the property to the left. It's only 3 and 4 that are further forward than the others. So, that, according to the diagram, that's what I've just observed.
Could we, is it possible to have a look at that diagram again, please? So actually 3 and 4 are not as far forward as... Oh, is that the right one? Thank you. It doesn't appear to me that 3 and 4 are further forward than, or no. What do you think? Okay. Okay, you can see for yourselves.
I think it was 1.9 though, wasn't it, the officer said?
Yeah, but you can see the positions clearly drawn on that diagram. Okay.
Could
we what?
Sorry. Show Wishmore in that, which is further forward?
Oh, yeah.
I don't know whether that's...
So, would you like to? Oh. Yes, we are in debate, that's true. But you can see the relative positions there. So, any further comments in debate, please? I need a glass of water. No, I've got one, thanks. So no further comments. Okay, it's time to take that vote, excuse me. Okay, excuse me. I should switch off the microphone, sorry. Okay, I move the recommendation. Those in favour, please show.
That is 9 in favour, I believe.
Those against?
1 against.
Any abstention? Okay.
So it's, sorry, that's 2 against and 1 abstention. And so the motion is carried.
Thank you. Thank you for your attendance if you've come for. Thank you. I'm sorry it took so long. Okay, moving swiftly on to. Oh dear. It's the very last one, isn't it?
95.
Page 95 is the last item, and it's the Courthouse on Broadway.
Dexter's presenting this online.
Oh yes, we have the officer online for this item, and the recommendation. Okay, recommendation is on page 99 of the agenda pack. Officer, would you like to do your presentation? Can we hear?
Good evening. My name is Dexter.
Lovely.
I'm the presenting case officer for this application. Can you see my screen okay, and can you hear me okay?
Yep, thank you.
All right, I'll keep this short and sweet. The application has been reported to the committee as it is a scheme which the Executive Director for Place is responsible for promoting. The application seeks permission to replace the existing single glazed windows with UPVC frames and double glazing. As you can see from the picture on the screen, the windows are in a poor condition and in need of modernising. The courthouse is a council-owned building, and the installation of double glazing will significantly improve the energy efficiency of the building, reducing further maintenance. The windows would be white UPVC to match the neighbouring building and considered to improve the overall appearance of the building. In conclusion, the proposal complies with the development plan and is therefore recommended for approval, subject to the conditions set out in section 11 of the committee report. Thank you.
Thank you, short and sweet. Do you have any questions? Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Chair. I was just wondering, with regard to section 7 of the report, it's noted that no consultations were undertaken in relation to the proposed development, which seems a bit unusual. I was just wondering why. Why we didn't undertake any consultation.
Through you, Chair.
Yeah,
oh,
please.
Joe, you go if you want.
Just because none were necessary, so we would only seek advice of consultees if there was any sort of particular matters arising, but this was a very straightforward application that we were just looking at the visual impact of the proposed development, and that's what the case officer would be absolutely equipped to be able to do.
Thank you. Any other questions? No? So I'm moving the recommendation that's on page 99. Do I have a seconder, please? Councillor Collins.
Happy to second.
Thank you. Do you want to make any comments? Councillor?
Must be better for energy retention, so very, very pleased this is happening.
Yeah. And yes, very, very cold in there, I understand. So that'll be brilliant. Any other comments, please? No? Okay. Those in favour of the application?
I believe that is unanimous, Chair, so the motion's carried.
Thank you. And please, will you stay sitting and quiet until we are offline?